George Michael, aha, Michael Jackson, he, Elton John, yeah, yeah, Boris Becker, Pavarotti, oh, I do. Non so che fare a diventare così.
When will you and I be a star? Glamour parties, a new car, London room, Paris, they're calling me. Lights, camera, action, now you're on TV. Questo va fuori a tutti i DJs. This one goes out to all the DJs. Tu balla e balla, tu balla con noi. Balla qui con me, il ritmo bello c'è.
Balla da lì di là, balla di là da lì, balla da lì di là, sha la 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 la. Balla da lì di là, balla di là da lì, balla da lì di là, sha la 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 la.
David Beckham, yeah, yeah, Dolly Buster, oh, Robbie Williams, aha, Britney Spears, oops, Elvis Presley, yeah, yeah, I do. Non so che fare a diventare così.
When will you and I be a star? Glamour parties, a new car, London room, Paris, they're calling me. Let's camera action, now you're on TV. Questo va fuori a tutti i DJs. This one goes out to all the DJs. Tu balla e balla, tu balla con noi. Balla qui con me, il ritmo bello c'è. Questo va fuori a tutti i DJs. This one goes out to all the DJs. Tu balla e balla, tu balla con noi. Balla qui con me, il ritmo bello c'è.
Balla da lì di là, balla di là da lì, balla da lì di là, sha la 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 la. Balla da lì di là, balla di là da lì, balla da lì di là, sha la 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 la. Balla da lì di là, balla di là da lì, balla da lì di là, sha la 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 la. Balla da lì di là, balla di là da lì, balla da lì di là, sha la 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 la.
You always make me smile when I'm feeling down. You give me such a vibe, it's totally bona fide. It's not the way you walk, and it ain't the way you talk. It ain't the job you got that keeps me satisfied. You love me so good, and that's what takes me high. I'm loving you for your love that keeps me alive. Thought I should let you know that you're touching me so much. When I'm all night now, it's you always thinking of. Ooh, baby.
Alrighty. Alrighty. I played an extra song because I was making an iced coffee. You know the struggle. You know how it is. I have returned. Alrighty. Alrighty, we're back. We're back. We're back at it again. I had to put all my overlays back together because let me just tell you a story real quick. I'll tell you where I've been. So, I wasn't able to stream. When was this, last week? It's been almost a week, I think, I've been gone. Well, and I could tell you. Yeah, it was like Sunday, I think. I was able to stream on Sunday. Anyway. Welcome home, Theseus. Yeah, I had to ship of Theseus my computer, actually. So, for a while, my computer had been having this issue where it wouldn't boot up all the way. It would boot up most of the way. And then if I turned it off and on again, and off and on again, did that a few times, it would boot up. It was weird. I don't know why it was doing that exactly. I thought maybe it was the power supply. And I did some troubleshooting, reset everything, you know, all that stuff. Anyway. So I try to turn my computer on, and it just won't turn on, period. So it finally crapped out. I got a new power supply, I switched that out, and it was the same issue. Replaced the power supply, and we had the same issue. Okay, well, I guess this is going to be a much more expensive problem. So, went to Micro Center. They had a bundle deal. Processor, motherboard, RAM. I was able to get an i9. $600 for all of it. So I saved probably around $150 on the bundle. That was pretty sweet. Had to get a new cooler. Went ahead and got a new case while we were at it. All in all, about $800 before tax. Oof. So anyway, I put it all together, powered it all up, and I have 4 hard drives. I have 2 solid state drives. Just regular 2.5-inch SATA solid state drives. Both of those worked fine. But the 2 like old school hard drives, the 3.5-inch, neither of those would work. I tried everything. Well, I probably didn't try everything, but I tried most things that a reasonable person could do in the span of 2 days of Googling and browsing forums and Reddit posts. So my computer works, but unfortunately, all of my stream files are on one of those other hard drives. Because I had a big honkin' 8 terabyte. It's actually right here. You want to see it? Well, it's one of these. There it is, right here. Switched out the cables. You know, switched out the different SATA ports. Nothing worked. Just couldn't get them to be recognized by the computer. So I don't know if it's a motherboard issue or if it's a BIOS issue or what. I think I'm probably just going to end up getting one of those USB docks for one of those hard drives so I can access those files. So I know the hard drives are fine. Nothing happened to those. Have to hide my phone at work now? Well, now you just need to be stealthy. You just gotta be stealthy. So, I had to put my overlays back together because Luckily, I had all my stream files backed up. They were saved on Casey's computer because I had done some streams from in there before. So I had all these files and I was able to transfer them over here, get it all set back up. You'll notice a couple things are missing. I don't have a copy of my own logo right now. It's locked away on my hard drive. I don't have. Normally there's a logo. I don't have access to my own logo right now. Anyway. Who needs a logo? You used to have a logo. Right? It's like, it was up there in the top corner. But now, it's not. So I got everything set back up. Also, you might notice our friend back there is missing. Our friend back there is missing as well because that file was also saved on that hard drive. I'm missing my alien buddy. Right? It's chaos. But thankfully we're back. Thankfully we're back. My sub count took a hit. We're gonna have to grind that out. Oh, I didn't mean to do oops, I accidentally clicked subscribers only mode. I meant to click the goal button. First, okay, let me show you this real quick. So that you can be as confused as I am. On the Twitch overlay, there's these quick actions, and both of them are stars. This one turns on subscriber only chat. This one is the one that manages your goals. I meant to click this one. I accidentally clicked this one. Whoops. You can see why I would get that mixed up. Let's lower that goal a little bit. We're gonna work back up to 300. We're gonna work back up to 300. Don't worry. but we'll do something a bit more reasonable today. Bring it back down a little bit. The reason why I'm going for 300 is because if you have 300 for enough months, then you get a better cut from Twitch. That's like their cutoff is like 300. I don't know. That's the number they picked. I don't know what to do. Apply to new jobs. Apply to new jobs. When you don't know what to do, apply to new jobs. Do some some therapeutic resume tweaks. I started removing my decorations from my desk yesterday. I wanted people to get stressed and wonder why I'm doing that. I mean, this is people that we're talking about, so they probably just thought, oh, she's switching out those decorations for new decorations. You gotta remember that most people are in NPC mode. Got yourself back into the gym this week? See, that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. I haven't been in too long. I need to go. I need to go lift things. Also, it is with a heavy heart that I also have to announce that the feeling wheel was also on my other hard drive. So we've got no feeling wheel today, and I don't know how to feel about it. My boss suggested I go on walks. Oh. Alright. What am I drinking? This is an iced coffee. We had coffee, but it was cold, so I'm like, let's just make it into an iced coffee. I'm gonna fully commit to the beard, I think. I'm just gonna let it grow for a while. I'm in a beard mood. It's really starting to come together, isn't it? This laptop has weird colors. It looked grayish. Oh, my cup. Also, I'm chroma keyed, so it kind of like tweaks the colors of things a little bit, since I have a green screen. Can't wait until Cutie Cheeks gets a new job. You know, once you got that new job lined up, you can really commit to quiet quitting your current job. we're gonna do some Q&A today. I've been away for a while, so maybe the queues have piled up. Maybe we've got plenty of queues today. Been so busy with building the new computer and other stuff, I haven't had time to do much like presentations or anything like that. But we're here for you. We got the questions. You got questions? I'll answer them. When I get the wheel back, can I make it spin? No. Let's try this wheel. I don't know, it's just... doesn't feel right. Sugar Biscuit's back in the ER. God damn. Hope she's alright. Hope she's alright. Oh, here we go. They don't want us to see this wheel. That's too bad. I want this wheel because this wheel has silly on it. I like it when a wheel has silly on it because sometimes you're just feeling silly. Look at this artsy wheel. Alright, somebody's got their art degree. Is this Antarctica? This looks like this looks like it's overlaid a map of Antarctica. Anyway. Beast mode? This is a new age. This is a Gen Z feeling wheel. We've got ready to pop off. We've got submissive. Super chill. Foolish. That's me. I feel foolish. Gonna get a chicken wrap? Get a chicken wrap. Let's have the gift of Christmas. Give your brain the gift of Christmas. Give your brain the gift of Christmas. Well, let him. I have to scroll up to find it because it's in the Discord. I had somebody's imitating me on Discord. And their profile, it says, "Give your brain the gift of Christmas." I am kind of weirded out, but I am also oddly flattered that somebody would imitate me. But no, they were like messaging people. Just so you know, you're never gonna get messages from me like this. Yo, what's up? With this emoji? I think the reason why they're doing this is because I'm a partnered streamer now, and they want to try to sell up-and-coming streamers something. I don't know what they're trying to sell them. They're gonna be like, "Hey, you're a streamer too? Oh yeah, you gotta check out this service. I highly recommend it. It'll help you get viewers and follows in no time." It's probably something like that. Probably trying to sell you some shit. I don't think you're getting a message period from him, right? Like I could count the people I message on one hand, probably. That's a problem for me. That's a problem for me because I'm feeling rather isolated, actually. But it is what it is. Iffy? Frustrated. Hello, it's me, Mr. Brain Doman. Send me $20 via Bitcoin. Super chill. Feeling myself? We'll get there. Not really feeling myself right now. It's like one of those days you just want to lay in bed. You know what I mean? It's one of those kind of days. But I'm fighting that feeling. Okay. We've got a couple questions lined up. We got a few questions lined up. I'm sure we'll get some more soon. Let's go ahead and take a look. Well, I'm gonna have to fix this because there we go. Gotta fix all my stream stuff. Hi, I'm gay. Happy Friday. You don't say. Happy Friday, gay. I just want to lay down and then wake up in like April. I want to lay down and wake up in April. Maybe March. I don't know. Wake me up after the Ides of March. Wake me up March 24th. This question came in a few days ago when we were offline. This came in on Monday. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. I once had an ex tell me that I'm lucky to forget the things that hurt me. That's a weird thing to say. That's a weird thing to say to somebody. Like, you don't really forget them, you just learn to cope better with them, right? Hearing that made me feel so miserable and misunderstood. It was like he was trying to undermine what I went through and justify mistreating me because he assumed I'd just forget. I felt like he found some kind of satisfaction in breaking my spirit and then blamed me for being hurt. Straight out of the abuser's playbook. They break you down and then they make you feel like it's your fault. Who told him that forgetting means healing? Well, for many men, I won't say all men, because this isn't even just something that's solely something that men do, but I've seen a lot of men do it, is just move on and try to forget. Just move on and try to forget it. Just keep trucking. Just power on through. I still feel the weight of everything that happened, and what makes it worse is that I can't even remember why I'm depressed, upset, anxious, or self-conscious. Depression will do that to you too. The thing about depression, and this is one of the often overlooked or not often talked about symptoms of depression, is that it makes you forget stuff. Makes you forget why you're depressed. It makes you forget what happiness feels like. It makes you forget how much fun it is to go out and spend time with your friends and loved ones. Depression, it's a real pain in the ass. It feels impossible to heal when I can't fully understand the roots of my pain. The irony is, I wasn't lucky enough to forget what he said. I still remember it, and it still hurts. Getting down to the roots of your pain is a really important part of healing it. You know, if you're deeply wounded, you gotta do some deep healing. You gotta understand why things are the way they are. That's if you want deep healing. You want deep healing, you really want to get down in there, you want to get down to the root of it. A lot of people will just layer on top of it. Just pile onto it. Just put another layer over it. Another layer of paint. So, in looking at this, you know, that hurt doesn't need to be there forever. I feel like looking back, you'll be able to look back and see that this guy was a dick. This guy was just not a. He was not emotionally invested in your well being. So we don't need to hold his words to, like, as if they're a fact. This is just an asshole making an asshole remark. Does not need to be true. I left an incredibly physically, financially, emotionally abusive woman after 2 years in December. What you said about straight out of the abuser's playbook is so impossibly crushing to have experienced. No idea how to regroup the pieces of my life together. First off, congratulations on getting out. It's still fresh. Those wounds are still healing. But you did the hard part. The hard part's getting out. The hard part's getting out, because when you're with an abusive person, they like to sink their claws in, and they don't like to let go. You know, they're a predator, and you are the prey. They don't like to let go of that grip. They like to dig those claws in. So you did the hard part, you got out. And now, your healing awaits you. Don't worry about all the rebuilding you have to do right now. Just worry about that next step. You know, reaching out to old friends, reestablishing old relationships, you know, loved ones and friends, because when you're with an abusive person, they very commonly distance you from those people. You know, they distance you from your friends, your family, the people who can support you, because that's what abusers like to do. They like to isolate you. What you may come to find is that in building yourself back up, you can build yourself to be stronger than you were before. I feel like a lot of people find themselves in abusive relationships because they see the good in people. You know, even though things can be stressful and challenging and even abusive, they still see, you know, the good in that person, and they hold out to hope that things will get better, but things very rarely end up getting better. But we're here for you, friend. You're building back up. You're building back up, and that's a beautiful thing. It's great to be back. It's great to be back. Thank you for trying to be encouraging. You're welcome. Let me just say, the worst is over. You're in the reconstruction phase. So surround yourself with people who are also invested in your healing. Whether it be friends, counselor, family members, people who want to see you doing well. Find those people and surround yourself with them. It'll make building yourself back up just a little bit easier. The question link is not pinned. I swear I pinned it, but it disappeared. There we go. would highly recommend that if you are leaving an abusive relationship, to not rush back into another relationship. You know, spend some time on your own. Spend some time focusing on yourself and what makes you happy and, you know, rediscovering your identity. Let me just take a moment to wish every abuser out there a very heartfelt and sincere fuck you. I think I'm done going back. We're all done going back. Going back doesn't take us anywhere. The only way out is through. In my family, I feel like a burden and constantly told to change myself. I try to listen to most people and stay who I am, but the more I hear it, the more I think to myself that I should change and that maybe I am just a bad person. Now, I don't know you. I don't know what type of person you are, but I'm going to assume that you're not a bad person. I feel safe in making that assumption. But I do just want to say that you aren't a bad person just because you aren't who someone else wants you to be. That's not what makes that's not what makes a person a bad person. I also just want to add something. Now, I'm not saying that all right, let me figure out how to phrase this. We're all changing. We're all changing every day. We are all in the process of becoming the person that we are going to be. Some people have a hard time making changes. And sometimes when people have a hard time making changes in themselves, they will become very critical of others who they feel needs to make those changes. You see this a lot in like older family members criticizing younger family members. Christina Amazon, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. We're getting there. We're on the road to 300. I guess, you know what I would say to people who tell me, you know, I need to change myself? I'm working on it. Quark Charm, thank you for subscribing. 22 months, Quark Charm. Can you believe it? It's been almost 2 years. Feels like just yesterday. I hate how my work has become one big boys club. It's making me hate men. Well, nobody can fault you for nobody can fault you for that. Just go around work and just be like, did you see the fight last night? I don't know if there was a fight last night. Did you see the fight? Did you watch the big game? Honestly, interacting with men is easy. Interacting with men and surviving in environments that are boys' clubs is actually very easy. Let me tell you the secret. I'll tell you the secret. It's 3 words. And it goes something like this. Actually, we should guess. Some of you might be able to guess. It's a 3-word phrase, and it can get you through most interactions with men. A 3-word phrase that can get you through 90% of interactions with men. Exactly, Cutie Cheeks got it. That's the one. Hell yeah, brother. Men do like to banter and I'm terrible at it. Then just hit him with the, piss off. Say, hey, good one. Just lay it on thick, be cheesy. Just really ham it up, because they probably won't be able to tell the difference. Just ham it up, be cheesy, just be like, hey, good one, bro. Hey, how you doing, bro? Just start saying bro. Just start saying bruh. Just treat them like they're funny, and they will think that you're amazing. Just pretend that they're funny. That'll get you really far. Oh, good one, brother. Bruh. Bruh. Got a minute left on our little hype train here. Minute left on our little hype train here if anybody else wants to hop on board. The Legend of Joshua. Thank you. Thank you, whoever put this in there. Thank you for gassing me up. Glad to see I'm back. I'm glad to see I'm back too, because honestly, I get very gassed up by stream. The winter can be a very depressing time for me. I just want to curl into a ball and just sleep through it. But I found that doing this stream helps me to stay sane. Oh, hello, Dr. Bubby. Hope you're having a lovely day as well. I decided to increase my antidepressant meds. I didn't want to and fully rely on it to solve issues, but I feel more relief, TBH. You know, sometimes you do need a little bit of extra oomph. You know, sometimes you need a little bit more to get to where you're trying to go. The thing about antidepressants is that they are meant to help to clear your mind a little bit, or maybe just kind of take the edge off. You know, antidepressants don't do anything to change your living circumstances. It doesn't do anything to change the environment that you're in. You know, it doesn't do anything to change the things that might be contributing to your depression. But antidepressants can help to clear some of the fog so that you can have a clearer idea of what it is that I need to work on, what it is that I need to change. I just want to feel relief. Give me a big old sigh of relief. Give me a big old sigh of relief. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I can't hear it, but I'm going to pretend I can hear it. It sounds silly. I know it sounds silly, but believe me, it's actually helpful. If you're looking for a feeling, and in this case, the feeling we're looking for is relief, make the sound that you would associate with that feeling. I feel like the use of sound as a aid in emotional processing is a bit underestimated. I feel like it's a bit underestimated just how helpful it can be. So we're going with a new mental health coach. Nice. Nice. Glad to hear it. You do want to be mindful of, like, I'm not saying that you have a bad coach or anything. I've seen some, like, life coaches just be absolutely terrible. Sounds as in music? Not just that. I mean, the sounds we listen to can impact our mood, that is true. But I also mean the sounds that we make. Like when you are relaxed, you kind of make a relaxed sound. You kind of go, ah. Or when you eat something and it tastes good, you kind of go, mmm. gonna see my ex again tomorrow, and it's gonna be a hard thing. After 7 months for making me wait with his stuff at my place, that whole breakup has given me sleep paralysis and night terrors for 2 months due to trauma and I don't know how to react. Sorry, I was reading ID as I'd. I don't know how to. I'm assuming they meant IDK. Thankfully, they are gone now, and I feel semi-healed in a way. The reason why he left it to 7 months was because Halfways said he would come, and he never really did. And this time it feels like he will. It's almost like controlling, and he never showed that side of himself until now. I always feel he was sort of avoidant partner, but we were together for 2 years in a way, while I was more of a self-aware, anxious, attached person, so quite clingy, but not enough to not adapt to him. I don't know why, but my body feels in a state of danger, even if there is no reason to. That is anxiety for you. That's anxiety for you. Anxiety puts you in a state of alert. It makes you feel like there is danger, even if you can't find a source for that danger. It makes sense that you would be stressed and anxious about this. I would be too, you know? If you're seeing somebody after 7 months and they're coming to your place to come get their stuff, it's kind of a bit of closure. You know, it's kind of an end to something that's been going on for longer than it needs to. So maybe in some ways you're excited because it's going to be over with, but then in other ways you're feeling anxious because there's a lot of worry and fear wrapped up into this situation. Anxiety and excitement are produced in the same regions of your brain. So I would just try to focus on the excitement. You know, this is it. He can come get his stuff and then you never have to think about him or worry about him ever again. You can close that chapter. You know, thankfully it'll be done and over with. Like, once you get that out of the way. I don't have confidence? Alright, here. Take some of mine. There you go. Give you a little jolt. Cutie Cheeks, you're probably the hardest worker in that office, and when you're the hardest worker in the office, they're always trying to get more work out of you. That's how it goes. When you're the hardest worker, they're always trying to get you to do more. They're always saying, how can you do this faster? How can we get you to do more of this? They're always trying to squeeze more out of you. I would just say that you're doing fine. You're doing fine. They're just making you the target for their frustrations because you're a nice person. You know, maybe tweaking that resume and submitting some job applications might make you feel better. You're the one cutting all the checks? Well, they're not gonna get rid of you. What are they gonna do? Not get paid? You're essential. What would they do without you? My boss above my boss likes me and said last time we met I was doing a good job. My new boss above me doesn't think so. It's because there's just no pleasing some bosses. Some bosses are just consistently miserable. They literally got rid of somebody and then made you take over all of that person's work responsibilities. So I don't think they're getting rid of you. If anything, they should be working harder to make sure you don't leave. You would hope that bosses would, do the right thing and uplift their hardest working employees, but in reality, what ends up happening is the hardest working people, their reward for that is just more work. Mike's stream has been an amazing gift to my life. Found this stream through Mike too. Period. Yeah, Mike's a good guy. He's a good friend. I am so incredibly frustrated. I got an Amazon Prime account in 2016 when I had access to a student discount, making it only $45 a year. I gave my parents access to it and had my dad pay for it since they wanted Amazon, but the normal price was too much at the time. It was mutually beneficial. I got Amazon Prime and didn't have to pay. My parents got it for a discounted price. Fast forward 9 years and my dad is still paying even though there is no longer a student discount. It's still my account, but my parents use it significantly more than I do. My dad constantly purchases things for his work on it, and my mom constantly shops for random stuff and reads books and watches movies. All of the defaults are set to my mom's card and my mom's address, but for some reason I keep getting random purchases charged to my card. I brought it up multiple times and they just don't seem to care since I'm the child and I live under their roof. I'm 25 and pay a decent chunk of their bills. My dad was just like, just use the gift card balance from the returns as payment, but my mom keeps using the gift card balances. I don't think I use Amazon Prime enough to justify having my own for $140 a year, but it doesn't seem that hard to check payment method before hitting purchase. Is there any hope that they will grow up and start taking responsibility, or do I just have to restart my own Amazon? I wish Amazon had parental controls for purchases so I could approve all my parents' purchases just to make sure they're not charging it to my account. I would remove your card. You don't have to delete the account, you can just remove your card from the account. And then if you want to buy something off of the account, just manually put your card information in whenever you have to make that purchase. That's something that I would recommend to do if you, if anybody out there has a problem with impulse spending, impulse shopping online, don't save your card info. Make it so that you have to go get your card and type in the number anytime you want to buy something. So that's what I would recommend, is just remove your card from the Amazon account. You can stay on the account, you know, you can still use the account. If you need to buy something on your card, just put your card info in. That is pretty frustrating, and that is kind of dismissive of them to do that. But thankfully, there's an easy solution for that. I just deleted the card. Nice. See, simple as that. And then if you want to buy something with your card, just put your card info back in and just tell it not to save it. Now, if you want to be petty, I was gonna say something as a joke, but I was gonna say as a joke. This is a joke. Don't take this seriously. I was gonna say as a joke. If you want to be petty, just buy something on their card. Just be like, what? I thought that was fine. You were buying stuff on my card. Like, hey, where'd you get that 3D printer? Oh, I got it on Amazon. They wouldn't notice. Guess you're getting a 3D printer. I don't know why a 3D printer came to mind, but that's just the item. They don't pay attention to where their money goes. Oh. Yeah. Financial literacy is an important skill. Well, this is why they didn't see it as a big deal when they used your card and your money to buy stuff, because they don't treat their money seriously. If they don't treat their money seriously, they're not going to treat your money seriously. Yeah, whenever they buy something and it has a card, it's like, oh, you want to charge it to this card? And it shows like the last digits of the card. They're probably just like, yep, that's me. They probably don't even know the last 4 digits of their card. To just be so blissfully ignorant. To just be so blissfully laissez-faire. Ironically, my dad always made me feel like shit when he had to spend money on me. Oh. Yeah. Raise your hand if you had a cheap dad. Anybody would. I'm not even saying that our dads were poor, but what I'm saying is that our dads hated to spend money on anything, even if it was something that you needed. Ugh. What is it now? Oh, I'm sure that's gonna. Okay, there you go. Another $50. All right. It can be very stressful, and it can also make you minimize your own needs when parents do that kind of stuff. Now, to be fair, some of the stuff that we ask for when we're young is stupid. Sometimes we ask for something and it's like, no, you don't need that. It's like, aw, but I really wanted it. Sometimes the stuff that we want our parents to spend money on for us, it's dumb. It's just cheap, fad, plastic, whatever. But sometimes they'll be that way for anything, even if it's just like, oh, hey, I need something for school. They'll be like, oh. There's always grumbling on it. There are ways to explain financial hardship to a kid that doesn't make them feel responsible for it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, if you're having financial hardships in your home, the last thing you want to do is make the child feel like it's their fault. I found a letter my dad wrote on the day of my birth, and it was literally about how sad and soul-crushing capitalism is, and it made a lot of sense. He lives in a trailer in the middle of the desert now. He decided to check out from mainstream society. I kind of want to make a pilgrimage. I kind of want to make a pilgrimage and go see what he's up to. I think that, like, your dad is an example of how a parent might not be, like, vindictive or mean or cruel, but can still, like, affect us in a negative way just by being so detached, so ambivalent. You know what I mean? Like, having a hippie as a parent might sound good on paper, but it can also be damaging in its own way. They might just be a little too preoccupied on their own interests, their own hedonic pursuits. Neglect can hurt too. Neglect can hurt. Sometimes it can even hurt worse. Sometimes neglect, like, I'm not trying to say that, like, one is worse than the other, because, you know, that's all subjective. But sometimes neglect can even feel worse because it feels like you're not even worth them showing up. Just makes you really question your worth, you know? My dad, who hasn't talked to me since 8th grade, I'm 26, said he wouldn't help me get my Mexican dual nationality because he feels like I abandoned him all this time. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. He's the grown-up. He's the parent. He's the one who does the abandoning. And that's actually that's kind of similar to how I feel about my dad. I haven't seen or talked to my dad since 2008, 2009. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. I would talk to him, but it's like I want him to do it. I want him to show up. I want him to be like, you know what I mean? Cuz he's the dad. He's like, I know I'm a grown ass man now. Like I'm almost 40. I'm 36. That makes me almost 40. Oh yeah, and I had my sister tell them Merry Christmas, and they got mad at me because I was using my sister as an in-between. I'm like, okay. Honestly, what that kind of says to me is that your dad, and probably my dad as well, are dealing with their own abandonment issues. They have also felt abandoned in their life, you know, maybe by their parents. And so, in some way, they're still coping with that trauma. And they don't know how to be the one to reach out. They only know how to feel left behind. You think you'd want a relationship with your son, though? I know, right? Like, look at me. Like, I'm pretty fucking cool. Like, who wouldn't want me as a son? Really missing out. I figure you're too old to be my son. I mean, we could try anyway. No, I get my dadding from parasocial relationships with YouTubers. I just watch YouTube videos. I'm just like, what if he was my dad? Big mic here? I made Mike my dad. I wonder what Mike would be like as a dad. He would make sure that you knew how to critically think. He would make sure that you knew how to learn from history. He would make sure that you know how to tie at least 3 different types of knots. Probably teach you how to start a fire with wet wood. I don't think there's any such thing as a perfect parent. You know? I don't think there's such a thing as a perfect parent. Like, a parent can teach you a lot of stuff. They can set a great example for you. They can really, you know, give you a firm footing in life. But they might be emotionally unavailable. You know, they might not be a person that you can go and talk to when you're having a hard day because they're just going to tell you to suck it up and get your shit together. You know what I mean? Am I the only one with a love-hate relationship with diarrhea? It's so painful, but kind of satisfying, LOL. I'm gonna quote a stand-up comedian, and the stand-up comedian that I'm gonna quote, I'm gonna choose to remain anonymous. He said once, the worst part about having diarrhea is trying to have it quietly in a public restroom. You know, if I'm in the comfort of my own home, I don't care. I don't mind. It's when you're out in public and you're in a public restroom and you're trying to like keep it down because there's somebody else in there and you don't want them to hear that, you know what I'm talking about. You have to tell us. It was, I think it was a Jeff Foxworthy bit. Now, you might be a redneck. Personally, I don't poop. Yeah, pooping is one of my passions. I try to do multiple poops a day. Lunch is over. I need to hide my phone. I'll be listening. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. When the boss tells you to get off your phone, what do? We get better at hiding the phone. That's what we do. Or we find ourselves taking many more bathroom breaks than we normally did. It's like suddenly you'll be pooping 5 times a day at work. I don't know what it was about working in an office, but I had conditioned myself to just do most of my poops at work because, you know, when you get paid to poop, that's the best way to do it. When you get paid to poop, everything else just feels, you know. So I swear, like when I started just like primarily pooping at work, it was like my body wanted to just poop more at work, and so next thing I know, I'm pooping like 3 times a day at work. Boss makes a nickel. Wait, no, that's not right, because boss makes $1, I make a dime. Because if the boss was making a nickel and I was making a dime, I'd be getting paid twice what the boss is getting paid. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. Paid to wipe, that's 45 minutes of my fucking life. Getting paid to shit Getting paid to wipe. Best 45 minutes of my fucking life. That's my mantra. $45 if I'm getting paid. You know, in thinking about this question, I don't think you're the only one. No, I don't think you're the only one that can relate to that. But as far as why... I think, you know, do we want to talk about poop for a minute? Sure, let's talk about poop for a minute. Pooping is meant to be satisfying. You know, it's supposed to, you know, be a relief. It's a release of pressure. You know, you're letting things go. And so maybe sometimes it's just nice to switch it up a little bit. You know, it feels different. It's a different sensation. I mean, you ever had Taco Bell and you just sit down and you just really let her rip? Wiping after diarrhea is so annoying though. Only if it's like really bad and it's just like splashing all over your ass. Normally, wiping after diarrhea is actually much easier because it's just like a little whoop. Here's a little whoop, and you're good to go. But sometimes it's chaotic and it's just like, oh my god, it's on my cheeks. Alright, we need to move away from this topic. I'm far too comfortable talking about poop. My apartment complex banned them. They banned bidets? How do you even do that? I'm like, you could get an attachment for your toilet and they would never know. I got a question. My psychiatrist insists I should do therapy too, but I don't feel like it helps me. Should I continue for a while for his sake? Continue for a while, not for his sake, but for your sake. Because the thing about therapy is it might not really sink in how it's helping or why it's working for you until you've had some time to actually, you know, let it sink in. You know, sometimes it takes a little while for it to start to make sense. For context, I feel better lately, so I don't think I need it anyway. Then talk to your therapist about how you used to feel and how you feel better now, and then let's talk to your therapist about how you can continue this trend. I think therapy is a fantastic addition to medication. Medication can clear your mind, it can help to clear the fog, it can help to put you into a better mood, but as far as actually making changes to your thinking, making changes to your behaviors, you know, that's what therapy is all about. So it's about getting the most bang for your buck. What we know about treating mental health is that for some people, just medication is enough. For other people, just therapy is enough. But for the people who really do like have the most progress, it's a little bit of both. So I don't know, maybe you could, if you feel like you're not getting a lot out of therapy, then step it up a little bit, ramp it up. Ramp it up a little bit, let your therapist know that you're ready to make some changes, you're ready to like face some challenges, have them give you some homework. When I did therapy, I loved giving homework. You better believe I was given homework. Damn, I'm screwed. Not necessarily. Because in your healing journey, you are the least common denominator. You are the consistent factor in your entire life. You are present for every moment. Your potential to heal yourself is also very high. Now, to have people to help you guide you on that journey, that can really help to make the difference. But the thing about therapy is that the therapist can kind of light the way for you. They can kind of show you the steps, but you're the one who has to take the steps. The real work of therapy is on you as the person who's trying to be healed. This question looks time sensitive, so I'm going to take this one. Not this one. This one's hi Joshua in chat. I am still gay. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. This is the time-sensitive one. I hope I can make it long enough into the stream to watch your response live to this. I hope so. It's been, about 10, 15 minutes. How do I talk to someone who just survived war? Is there a possibility that we maybe make a presentation about it, or like direct me to maybe a book or something that can help me figure out how to actually help them? When it comes to how do I talk to someone who has been through trauma, whether it's because war is traumatic, war is definitely trauma. And so I would just say the same approach would apply, for other people who have had different traumas. More listening, less talking. Do not make a presentation. I could make a presentation. I could make a presentation on how to talk to people who have been through trauma. I think they were asking for me to make a presentation. I don't think that they were talking about making a presentation for themselves. Although that would be interesting if someone's like, I'm going to take a page out of the Brain Domains book and I'm gonna make a presentation for somebody. That would be pretty based. I don't know, I think they were asking for a presentation from me, which I think talking about how to talk to somebody who has been through trauma, I think that would be a helpful presentation. First time here. Hey, Cheesy Walrus, how's it going? Welcome in. Okay, let's talk about this. Maybe I should start off with telling you what not to say. We could start off by what not to say. We don't want to be minimizing or dismissive. We don't want to tell them how they should be feeling. We don't want to say like, "Oh, I'm sure you're so upset by this. I'm sure you're just so sad by this." Ask them how they're feeling. Also, let them know, because when it comes to talking about this kind of stuff, they might not be ready yet. It might take them a while to get to the point where they're ready to talk about it. So don't make them feel like they are pressured to talk about something if they're not ready to talk about it yet. I would just say be willing to listen, show compassion, empathy, and just let them know that when they are ready and they are comfortable to talk about it, you will be there for them. Not to undermine other types of trauma, but wouldn't war kind of have a different approach? There might be some slight differences, but as far as how the brain processes trauma, trauma is trauma. They've done like brain scans on children who were like raised in an abusive home, and they have the same type of like effect on their brain as somebody who saw combat. So as far as we are concerned, we can tell the difference between different types of trauma, like externally, like car crash, childhood abuse, war, but the brain can't really tell the difference. From the brain's perspective, trauma is trauma. The VA. Oh, that's an American thing. Luna is from Jordan, actually. So I don't know what the equivalent would be. A book. I would say for the context of this trauma, talking to somebody who has lived experience would go a long way. You know, like, talking to somebody who has been through what you've been through, or or at least something similar, that's always a great way to establish a connection and to help the person feel more understood. And so maybe it's not just up to you to help them, maybe the way that you can help is to help them find someone to talk to in a professional context. You know what I mean? Sometimes the best way to help somebody is to help them find the help that they need. But as far as you being empathetic and compassionate, I would just say, just address it like you would any other trauma. You know, just let them know that, you know, they don't have to talk about it if they don't want to. Just let them know that they're safe. Let them know that you're there for them. Just give them reminders, you know, let them know that, you know, you're there to support them. Just give them those affirmations, because when a person is dealing with post-traumatic stress, one of the things that they often really struggle with is that feeling of still being in it, in danger, in crisis, in the war zone. And then, you know, just being encouraging to them and letting them know, like, hey, there's people out there who could help. You know, there's people out there that you could talk to. Do you want me to help you find them? Do you want me to, you know, you want me to do some research? You want me to get you some numbers? You know, just be a support, be an advocate. That's a great way to help somebody who's dealing with trauma. It's like, you don't have to be the one to fix their trauma. You don't have to be the one that heals them. Sometimes it's just as important to be the one that helps them to get to the help that they need. I don't want to say the wrong things. Then just do more listening. You know, if somebody says something and it sounds like what they went through was stressful, just be like, that sounds so hard. I'm glad you made it through. Just, you know, just provide them with positivity, uplift them, give them a safe place to express themselves. Be normal. There's no such thing as normal. Every time I've met somebody who's normal, they were boring. Also, some of the most messed up people that I've ever heard of were some of the people who projected this image of being, like, very normal, you know? It's like, what are they trying to hide? Why are they portraying this image of being so normal? You know what I mean? They're overcompensating for their own freakiness. Like BTK. You know, those pillar of the community types. Picket fence and the freshly trimmed lawn. It's like, what are those freaks doing in there? I'm not sure how this works, so I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn. Well, since you're new, I will let you know that we don't allow apologies here, actually. We don't accept apologies. This is an apology-free zone, and when you apologize, you get bonked, so... Hold on. Wait, why isn't... Oh, I have to... Hold on. I got a new computer, and my sound effects aren't working. I have to change the... output device. There we go. The output device was wrong. There you go. I'm here from the Central Committee community, and I struggle with the current political climate and fear of the unknown for myself and my family. Any tips on staying present and not getting caught up in all the what ifs? That's a big one right now. You know, I would just say hope for the best, but plan for the worst. You know, I like to hope that things will be okay, but if things aren't okay, trust in your ability to navigate that and to get through that situation, you know? Maybe think about local organizations, or, you know, collectivizing, or, you know, because right now what we really need is solidarity. What we need is, you know, unity, cohesiveness. So I would say to reach out to and connect with those people in your community so that you don't feel so alone in all of this, because that's a big thing for a lot of people, is they feel like, I got nobody to talk to about this. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills and the world's losing their mind. Also, take a break from politics every now and again. I don't think that the human brain was built to sustain that level of exposure to current events. It's just not. The human brain was not built to withstand a constant barrage of the worst news happening now 24/7. We feel like we really need to be aware, but I feel like sometimes we become hyper aware. I feel like it's really important to pull away from politics now and again. Because it really does it makes you feel helpless. It makes you feel powerless. It makes you feel like everything's terrible and the world is going to shit. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion. So don't forget that you are worthy of your own love and affection. So take time for you, take time for the people that you care about, and do stuff that's fun. Do stuff that brings you joy. Me personally, I'm kind of waiting. I'm waiting to get really into politics again, because if I did it 24/7, 365, I would go absolutely insane. I'm waiting until protest season starts up, because protest season is right around the corner. You know, as soon as the weather warms up a little bit more, we're going to see the protests continuing to ramp up, and I love a good protest. I love a good peaceful demonstration. But now is a great time to organize. It's a great time to connect. It's a great time to plan for that next stage. So if you're wanting to move away from like the frustration and the powerlessness and the hopelessness, then let's move that frustration into action. What can we do to make our community better? I don't need to worry about making the entire country better, because that's too much for little old me to do. Let's worry about making my community better. You know, we want to think globally, but we want to act locally. Honestly, you know, my friends who are political streamers, it's like, I respect the grind, I respect the hustle, but it couldn't be me. I would just be my cortisol levels would be through the roof. I feel like being a political streamer is a great way to have a heart attack at age 45. I just can't be that mad all the time. It's not sustainable. And I feel like there's a part of us that feels responsible. It feels like, we have to stay informed. That's us doing our due diligence. That's us being a good member of society, is to stay informed, to stay up to date. No, it's okay to take breaks. It's okay to step away. It's also okay to find out about stuff that happens, like, politically after the fact. We don't need to hear about it right now. Maybe we can find out about it later. We don't have to be that dialed in, We don't have to be constantly just hitting the refresh button. It's like, all right, what's happening next? What's happening next? There's an alarm going off in here. Like, is that Casey's watch? Oh, I think it stopped. Okay. Exercise is such trite and shallow advice. Well, no, I agree, but the thing about it is that movement is good for you. Being sedentary doesn't really do much to make you feel better. It can help you to rest, but it can only do so much good before you start to get those diminishing returns. Movement is what helps you to build momentum, and momentum is what gets you through. Remaining stationary, that's difficult. Chat, I'll be right back. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Hold on, Here we go. Baby animals. I'll be right back. Just a sec. Hooey. All right, I'm back. Just a quick one. Hooey. All right, I'm back. That iced coffee was doing its job. Do not expect the hooey. It always gets you when you least expect it. That's how they get you. Here we go. Started yoga a few weeks ago for my back pain, and it's slowly been helping. Oh, good. You know, I started to have, like, I'm tall, right? And when you're tall, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Sure, you can reach things on the top shelf. That's all fine and good. But what they don't tell you is that being tall also comes with, you know, lower back pain, knee pain. Being tall isn't all it's cracked up to be. So I started doing yoga, and I found it tremendously helpful. Tremendously helpful with my lower back. What I also really like, good old foam roller. Love a good foam roller. I don't, there's some that are like spiky and tough. I like just like the big, like, and I'll put it like under my lower back. Sometimes I'll also take it and put it sideways so that it's like right in between my hip joint, and I can kind of like go side to side on it. I'm realizing my hamstrings and quads are so tight, I don't know how my legs have been functioning. They're just used to functioning tightly. Do you have a one of these bad boys? They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and brands and cheap, expensive. I really enjoy it. I find a nice massage gun can really feels real good in getting into those those tight spots. Don't use it on your neck. That's what they say. Don't do what they're doing in this picture, apparently. I mean, I do. And this lady does. Just be careful with it. Just be careful with it. Can't remember why. You could rupture a blood vessel or something. Which, I mean, realistically, I mean, it's probably not going to do anything worse than, like, give you a bruise if that were to happen. I don't think you're... but, you know, just getting out of bed is risky, you know what I mean? Like... rattly old noggin too much. See, that's what I'm in there doing. I'm in there rattling my noggin. I felt like my noggin needed a good rattling. Alright, we got some more questions lined up. Let's get back to it. I've got this one, and then I've got one more after it. So, if you have a question, we'll get right to it. Thank you for the previous answer. It will greatly help me for tomorrow, meeting with my ex. Even if it wasn't exactly 7 months, more 4 to 5 months, I think. Yeah, it's like at that point we're splitting hairs, you know, what's an extra month or two? I'm curious as to why he wanted to meet up in person to take his stuff from the first few weeks after our breakup, and obviously the back and forth of not coming when he could have till a few months later by making excuses. Well, it's awkward. That's probably the main reason, is it's uncomfortable. You know, meeting up with an ex, getting your stuff, that sucks. It's uncomfortable, it's awkward, you know, you're not sure how to handle it. It's like, what do I do here? Like, what do I say? What do I do with my hands? So maybe, you know, having some time to like cool off, having some time away, that can often be helpful. You know, give it a few months. And then just stating out of the blue to me that he's been taking a certain illicit hard drug. I guess it's for attention because I did not talk to him for a while. Could be, because it's like, okay, this is your ex, and he's bringing this up to you. It's like, okay, he wants to talk to you about it. He's trying to get your attention about it. So maybe he's just having a hard time talking to somebody else about it. So I guess if somebody comes to you with this type of information, you don't have to feel the burden of responsibility to be like, okay, I have to be the one to help this person. They're telling me that they're doing hard drugs and I need to be the one to help them. It's okay to just say stuff like, have you talked to anybody about that? Like, what's your plan for that? You know, just asking them questions and kind of encouraging them to seek professional assistance, because we're not professionals, right? Like we're not like you're not a substance abuse counselor. I don't know why there could have been that back and forth. He was avoidant attached, so I assumed that certain individuals don't like deep connections or lie to ruin them because they dislike emotions, maybe? The thing about avoidant attachment isn't that people don't want attachments, it's just that they have a hard time doing it because the people that they attached to, or the people that they were supposed to attach to, their parents, their caregivers, there wasn't that attachment there, and the person that they were supposed to be able to attach to, they weren't able to. And so that's where you see avoidant attachment coming into play. An abusive parent, a neglectful parent. You know, this person that you're supposed to go to for like love and support, you only get like pain and hardship from that person. And that's why we become less willing to attach to other people. We have a hard time attaching to other people because in our mind, attachment equals hurt. Oh yeah, if we have some time, we'll go we will go over the attachment styles again. There are different attachment styles, but the thing about attachment styles is that you aren't locked in. You know, it's not like your eye color. It's not like, you know, a physical characteristic of you. This is something that is learned, and it is something that can be unlearned. And so if you have a hard time attaching, that doesn't mean that you have to be that way forever. You can change that. You can develop more secure attachments, and that's what it's all about. I have a friend who said there's actually hundreds, is this true? Hundreds of attachment styles? When it comes to attachment styles, there are like 4 main ones, but then you got to remember that every person is unique and their attachment will look a little bit different from somebody who might have a very similar case, but it might be a little bit different. The way that there's only a certain number of attachment styles, but there's hundreds of different ways that those different styles can manifest. And I feel like at that point, you're getting a little bit too nuanced. The thing about like understanding mental health and attachment and that kind of stuff is that like sometimes you just zoom in so much that you kind of end up missing the bigger picture. But yeah, I would say that every individual has an attachment style that is unique to them, but they share characteristics with other people's attachment styles, which is why we have different attachment styles. Atticus? Atticus was sleeping in here. I think he woke up. Sensitive guys I've dated have turned out to be a-holes, just saying, not trying to be a jerk. Well, yeah, you gotta remember that sometimes people who are like, they're like, oh, I'm sensitive, or like, oh, I'm just, you know. Being sensitive and being nice are 2 different things. I've met plenty of mean people who were overly sensitive. Or maybe they were like mistreated or bullied, and the way that they cope with that now is to try to make up for that time, and so they end up becoming a bully as a result. Yeah, the attachment styles are secure, ambivalent, avoidant. And then you got disorganized, which is like hot and cold parenting. You know, you're not sure if good mom or bad mom's showing up today. The kind of parenting that leaves you walking on eggshells, the kind of parenting that leads you to develop perfectionist tendencies. Anyway, back to the question here. So we were talking about their avoidant attachment style, and I don't know, maybe I have a poor understanding, and I do apologize if it offended anyone. I don't think anyone was offended, so take that for the... Ooh, the bonks are really coming in today. Hold on, let me... Yeah. Okay. But yeah, just so you know, your attachment style isn't locked in. It's something that you can change. You can develop a more secure attachment style. All of the other attachment styles we would refer to as insecure attachment styles, and then you have secure attachment. Insecure attachment, that's where you start talking about avoidant, anxious, ambivalent, those types of attachment styles. What could be an explanation of this? I think we kind of covered it. I feel like, you know, if he's avoidant, that's probably why he waited months to do it. If you're an avoidant person, you kind of stay away from conflict. You could be kind of dismissive. He might not have even, you know, maybe he was like, oh, I need to go get that thing because I need that thing. Maybe he's just coming to pick something up because he's like, oh yeah, I need to go get that thing. You know what I mean? So I think I would just try to be cool, just try to be cordial, and just make sure he gets his stuff and then see him off. Just see him on his way. Smile and wave as he rides off into the sunset. I'm close to blocking my good online gaming friend. They are trying to dictate my life. Well, that's not cool. I have to completely suppress my thoughts whenever I talk to him. He tries to dictate my weed consumption even though I don't take a lot, and it really helps me. The last straw was him telling me he won't be talking to me for a while because he found out I support Casey. I got offended and just blocked him last night. Well, that's a good reason. That's a good reason. You know, judge us by our enemies. I feel like this person needs to focus on themselves and their own life. Sometimes when people, you know, they feel powerless in their life, the way that they cope with that is by telling you how to live your life. They reestablish a sense of like purpose by telling you what to do. It's like, no, go worry about yourself, brother. Like, go clean your room first. But I don't want this to be the end. He's in therapy and is working on being more positive, so I'm hoping I could come back to him when he's in a better place. Is this type of friendship worth keeping? That is to be determined. What I would say is give it a break, take some time away, and then see how you feel. Give him the time he needs to work on himself, right? Give him the time he needs to heal. And then see if, you know, maybe he's in a better place. So I would say you don't have to figure that out right now. You can give it some time, you can give it some distance, and then you can revisit and say, okay, is this person actually changing? Have they gotten better? Have they gotten worse? You know, give them some time, check in with them in a few months, see how they're doing, and go from there. But hey, he's in therapy. Let's hope it works. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Like, you don't have to burn the bridge, but you can close it for construction. You know, you can say there's a detour. You know, this bridge is closed for maintenance. I would also just say that, you know, giving him some empathy here, just putting myself into his perspective, like, he's in therapy and he's working on himself, and that's probably part of the reason why he feels like he needs to tell you what to do in your life, because he's trying to work on himself and he's trying to get his life together. And that's what people do a lot of the time. They'll tell you what you need to do, but in reality, it's what they need to be doing. Also, it is a bit of a red flag that he doesn't like Casey. That's a red flag for me. That, for me, personally, would be a deal breaker, but, you know. Maybe he just doesn't get it. Maybe he just doesn't get it. Maybe she's too real for him. Children repress things. How can one, as an adult, realize he was sexually abused as a child? How can one make this conscious? Thanks. Well, there are a few different ways to do that. We're bringing things up that were buried down deep. Stuff that's down deep in our subconscious. How do we dredge that up? How do we bring that to the light of day? You can do a little bit of psychoanalysis. You can do some talk therapy. You can get there eventually. There are other ways to do it too. Sometimes this type of thing is where hypnosis can really come into play. A little bit of hypnotherapy. When we say hypnotherapy, there's a little bit of a misconception about what hypnotherapy is. It's not like I'm going to make you watch me like spin, like what? Pay very close attention to the spinning or the, hypnotherapy is much more like guided meditation therapy. It's like you're going to get very relaxed. We're going to, just because sometimes that kind of stuff can come to the surface more easily when we're in a very relaxed place. So, is hypnosis just meditation of a kind? Yes. Like putting yourself into a state of trance. There are certain styles of meditation that are very similar to like self-hypnosis. But anyway, let me give you an example of how a person might do this. Let's say that you're trying to, first off, you have to, at least have some sort of suspicion, right? You have to at least have some idea. You're like, I don't know, I feel like something happened to me, but I can't remember it. That's typically where people start. We don't normally just operate off of the assumption that it's like, you must be repressing something. Sometimes we do get there. Sometimes that is the way that we approach it. But for many people, it's like, I feel like that time in my life was just blanked out. I feel like something happened because I remember being a happy kid, and then next thing I know, it's like I'm miserable all the time. I'm moody, I'm angsty. I started failing all my classes. It's like, okay, something probably happened in there, but maybe we don't remember what it was. All right, so let's talk about it. In hypnotherapy, you're probably going to lie down on a couch. You're going to close your eyes. You're going to get really relaxed. We're going to do some deep breathing. And we're just going to get ourselves into a very deep state of relaxation. And from there, we're going to start revisiting that time in your life from this place of deep relaxation. That's kind of how it operates. It's like, you're 8 years old. You know, we approach it that way, and then you're like, tell me what you see. Tell me how you're feeling. You know, sometimes when we get into that state of really deep relaxation, some of our mental walls come down and stuff can start to come to the surface. I'm going home and setting up my flight simulator. Ooh, that sounds fun. If I could fly over any city, which one would it be? Tokyo. What's another cool city from above? Madrid? Oh yeah, go to China and go fly around the Hallelujah Mountains. That's not their real name, but that's what they called them in Avatar, and I'm pretty sure that in the Avatar movie, they were basing them off of the real mountains in China. This is an interesting line of questioning because it makes you think. It's like, if I can bring back an old memory, like, how do I know that it's real? If it's very deeply repressed, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes we have ourselves second guessing ourselves. Sometimes we create this narrative that just might not even be factual. Our thoughts are what determine our reality, and that's kind of a frightening realization. And to ask my sister to see if I remembered something correctly or not. And the problem is like, she might misremember it too. Memory is memory is notoriously unreliable. Reality is subjective to the individual experiencing it. Now, there are rules to reality that you can't really break or bend just through the power of your thinking, but there's more to reality than just the laws of physics and the laws of thermodynamics. But in many ways, your thinking determines what is real for you. The heat death of the universe is inevitable. Yep, and then there's just going to be a bunch of black holes, and then there's going to be a bunch of Hawking radiation, and in trillions of years, who knows, it might all collapse back in on itself and then explode and start the whole process over again. That's kind of what I think happens. I think it's just a loop. I think the universe is a loop. I think what's going to happen is the universe will eventually you know, it will run out of energy, it will all collapse in on itself, and all that will be left with is one massive, like super massive black hole. It'll eventually absorb all the other ones. 100 billion years? More like 100 billion years raised to the power of 100 billion years. It's that length of time. It's a ridiculous amount of time. Does that mean I'm gonna have to do this shit again? No. Not necessarily. No. That doesn't mean. No. I feel like if you were to take all of the mass from the entire universe and put it all into a black hole, it would explode and then create a new universe. That's like, I have no way of proving that, obviously, but that's just what feels right to me. Black holes are so interesting. I know, right? Have you seen Interstellar? I love that movie.
Do you know why seals...
Wow, that's loud as hell. Where's the volume knob? Oh, it's over here. I swear it used to be over here, but I think that's YouTube. Let's turn that shit down. I got bored of Interstellar. Give it another try. It's a fantastic movie.
Seals love slapping their bellies, especially the middle-aged chubby ones. They enjoy
Probably for the same reason I like slapping my belly.
slapping their bellies as a way to show off their fit physiques. The thicker the fat, the higher the sound and the happier they are when doing it. Even though they have short limbs and are quite plump, but their abdomen is very elastic. When they walk, their bellies are bouncy, almost like a trampoline. Their bellies can even act as a seesaw. Despite having a body fat percentage of around 50%, seals aren't interested in dieting. A big belly is a sign of maturity for them. This makes them very relaxing to float on the water. It's like they're doing a ballet performance, totally content. And if they bump into glass, their fat protects their face from being squashed. Their necks can stretch and retract freely. So when
I love seals.
They turn into a sort of turtle, with their head and belly merging into one. Seals love to sleep in the water. Their thick fur helps increase their buoyancy. They sink like the Titanic, though their lung capacity isn't huge.
They're such
Their blood
goofy
has a high
guys.
concentration of hemoglobin, allowing them to carry plenty of oxygen. A single deep sleep can last for 30 minutes or more. So this isn't just a fat belly, it's an oxygen tank in disguise.
I love seals. What's your opinion on this? Seals are awesome. That's my opinion on it. Seals are so funny. They're goofy guys. They're squishy, they're floppy, they're funny. They have a good sense of humor. They're always going, ha, 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 ha. They're always laughing. Honestly, I wish I was a seal. Hello. I met someone online and we've been chatting a week or so. I've been putting a lot of effort into maintaining a conversation, and we're supposed to do a Discord call this weekend. However, I've been having anxiety for two main reasons. The first is that I have literally zero experience interacting with someone in a dating capacity at age 30. I usually go through cycles of trying to use the apps and not really connecting with anyone personally. I'm worried that I'm going to be guarded and come off as weird, but not be able to perceive it. I'm also having anxiety related to my own attachment issues. I haven't really ever maintained any relationships well, family or friendship. Alright, well let me just tell you this. Don't tell them that. Leave that part out for now. A surefire way to like frighten somebody off if you're trying to like form a relationship with them is to tell them how every single one of your relationships has just not been good ahead of that, because that's gonna, you know, even if it's due to like no fault of your own, and I'm not saying that like you're a bad person or anything, but just say that like that's just gonna make them like, huh, you know what I mean? So I would wait to bring that up. Honestly, just be casual. Just try to have fun with it. Ask them questions. You know, have them do the talking. If you're worried about saying something weird, then just ask more questions. Tell me more about that. Oh, that sounds interesting. What'd you do after that? And how was that? Ooh, what was that like? No trauma dumping, okay? No trauma dumping. We save that for therapy. I feel like I've reached a point in my life where I'm finally kind of comfortable being myself, so I have a desire to turn outwards. That's a W. That's a W. This person and I share a lot of interests, and they're the first person I've really enjoyed chatting with in a while, but I also know I shouldn't put so much pressure on myself for this one interaction. Any general advice / words of encouragement? You're gonna do fine. If you have mutual interests, you could literally just keep the conversation centered around those interests probably, and you won't even have to venture into like uncharted waters, you know? So just be friendly. Try to be fun. Try not to talk about any... Alright. I would avoid talking about current events unless they bring it up first. You know, if they bring it up and they want to talk about it, take that as the cue. But I would just leave that on the sideline until, you know, they give you the go-ahead. You know, we don't want to talk about bad news. We don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. This is meant to be, you know, fun. This is meant to be engaging. This is meant to be exciting. And so it's okay to just talk about that kind of stuff. Don't feel the need to over-explain yourself either. I feel like where a lot of people will find a little bit of a hurdle in this type of situation is they feel this need to explain themselves, to explain their circumstances. So, I'm 30, and I'm trying to get back out there. This is why it is that way. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to justify anything. Just focus on having fun. Focus on getting to know this person better. Ask them insightful questions. You know, explore their interests, explore their hobbies. You know, what are some of their triumphs? If they're curious, let them be curious and ask you. And if they ask you, then you can answer. But I feel like avoiding oversharing is a big one. Especially if we haven't talked to anybody in a while. If we haven't talked to anybody in a while, it's really hard not to just like feel like, oh my god, I gotta get this out. This has been eating away at me for decades. I need to get this out. Avoid oversharing. When all else fails, if they have a cat, have them send you pictures of their cat. Talk about their cat. Talk about how he's a silly little guy. If they don't have a cat, maybe they got a dog. I don't know. If they don't have any pets, hey, why don't you have any pets? Do you like pets? Do you like animals? You're not really into animals? You know, ask them about their hobbies, ask them about their interests. People really like to talk about the stuff that brings them joy and brings them excitement, so I would just try to steer the conversation in that direction, you know? Just figure out what excites them, figure out what brings them joy. You're gonna do great. Just keep it cool. And when in doubt, you know, if you feel doubtful, just ask yourself, what would I do? And then do that thing. I would never steer you wrong. When all else fails, ask them what their favorite dinosaur is. Everybody's got a favorite dinosaur, okay? I don't care if you're in your 30s, you got a favorite dinosaur. And if you don't have a favorite dinosaur, that's fine. I'll say, oh, so you weren't a dinosaur kid. What were you into? Like me, I got a favorite dinosaur. I loved dinosaurs as a kid. I feel like most kids did. Some people didn't, though, and they don't have a favorite dinosaur, and they're like, why are you asking me my favorite dinosaur? That's fine. Everybody's got a favorite dinosaur. I feel like underrated question. What's your favorite dinosaur? You know what I mean? It takes you back. It takes you back to when you were a kid and the world was fresh and exciting and you're like really excited to learn stuff. And so I like to ask people questions that steers them into that mentality. It's cliche, but I gotta say T-Rex. T-Rex is a good one. T-Rex is, he's a bad boy. I don't have a favorite dinosaur. I think dinosaurs were scary. That's a weird way of saying Stegosaurus. That's a weird way of saying Stegosaurus. I think maybe a flying one. Are we gonna go pterodactyl or are we gonna go Archaeopteryx? What about a long neck? Oh, like a Brontosaurus or the big boy, the Brachiosaur. My favorite dinosaur is birds. Oh, so Compsognathus. This guy was basically a chicken. I like it because when you ask somebody their favorite dinosaur, they might give you like a generic one. They might be like, oh yeah, I like the Triceratops. Like everybody knows who the Triceratops is. Everybody knows who Triceratops is. Triceratops is pretty fucking cool. Oh, this dude, the duck, Ducky. Yeah, this guy was a real honker. Also, asking somebody their favorite dinosaur can also tell you a little bit about them as a person. It's like, do they pick a carnivore? Did they pick an herbivore? I'm not saying that it really is that deep or anything, because like when you're a kid, like T-Rex is badass, but like, who's my favorite dinosaur? I really like this guy. He had a big, had a big old noggin. Good old Pachycephalosaurus. The bills on their, oh yeah, the duck dinosaur. That thing on their head was like, it was hollow, wasn't it? And they could like basically just blow out of it like a big horn. I always thought this guy was cool. Just running around headbutting dudes. The big old club on your head, brother. Another one that I liked was the Allosaurus. Not as big as the T-Rex, bigger than a raptor. One of the larger, but not too big. Somehow I ended up owing money to the IRS. Those taxes are a fucking scam, I tell you what. Then you got this bad boy. That's a goofy looking guy. Big old fin for some reason. Sometimes when I want to give myself chills, I look up what they think the T-Rex really sounded like. Don't they say that dinosaurs sounded much more like birds? So like it would sound more like an eagle screeching because they didn't have vocal cords, but it would be like much more terrifying than like an eagle screeching. Well, now we gotta listen.
What did the T-Rex sound like? You wouldn't be in
Where's the actual clip?
this.
Let's hear it, Daddy.
The T-Rex wouldn't have the need to open its mouth, thanks to closed mouth vocalization.
I want to hear him roar. Come on.
This is common amongst birds.
This video is 5 minutes long, and it's 4 minutes and 50 seconds too long. Well, that's unnerving. That's unsettling on like a physiological, biological level. Goobarts, thank you for subscribing. Also, Elizabeth Vogler, thank you for subscribing. I forgot to mention yours a few minutes ago. Thank you both. Goobarts, thank you for the Prime sub. Glad your Micro Center run went well. Welcome back. It did. Unfortunately, my standard hard drives weren't working. I tried everything to get them to work. I was able to get both of my SSDs working, so I don't know what's the issue there. It's like I tried a bunch of stuff and so I don't know. I might need to tinker around in the BIOS a bit more, but honestly, I'm like, I'm just gonna get my stream running without them. Like, all of my stream files were saved on that hard drive, but thankfully I had a backup, so I was able to put my stream together today. Yeah, that's a creepy noise, that T-Rex, right? It's like you feel that in your bones. It's like it wakes up your amygdala and you're like, oh, I should be running. Also, we're on a hype train, by the way. Hey, hype train. We're trying to work our way back to 300, but 200's a good start for today. We're 2 away from 200. Anybody due for a resubscription? Anybody feeling sexy and thinking about gifting a sub? Nothing sexier than gifting a sub. Didn't like dinosaurs as a kid, but I remember this. What's this? Oh. We're not watching the clip where Littlefoot's mother dies. But I did love The Land Before Time. But I'm not submitting myself to that today. We might as well watch the scene in The Lion King where Mufasa dies. Yeah, I'm not putting myself through that right now. I'm not doing that to me right now. I've been too depressed lately. Alright, we got a few more questions. A few more questions in the box. Let's get back to it. Enough about dinosaurs. You know, I hate to say it, but enough about dinosaurs. Some update about my drinking father. On Monday, he went to work acting as if nothing happened during the weekend. Since Wednesday, he hasn't been going to work. He's been in a drink, sleep, argue, drink, sleep cycle. My mom feels he will need to go to detox again, but if we understand correctly, he needs to first stop drinking for it to work, and it also costs. It depends, like, if it's inpatient detox, then it's like he's gonna quit drinking in detox. So, like, I don't know if, like, sometimes the thing that I've noticed working as like a substance abuse counselor is that different places have different criteria for who they accept into their programs. It's like, if you're going to a detox here, they're like, maybe we can't medically supervise your detox, so you have to be like a few days sober at least, so that we know that you're through the worst of it. You know what I mean? And so some places it'll be like, oh, you drank yesterday? Oh, that's fine. Come on in. We'll supervise your detox. But then other places might be like, you have to be free of alcohol for at least a certain amount of time before you go in. And a lot of it just has to do with the way that they approach treatment. So one of the things that I noticed that was a bit frustrating in helping people in treatment was some of the inconsistencies you'd see in programs like that. Because the thing about alcohol detox is that if it's very severe, you need like medically supervised detox, because you could have a seizure, you could, you know, face other like you could be dealing with like delirium tremens. You know, you might have some pretty significant medical issues to work through, and not every place is equipped to offer that level of like oversight and care in detox. And so they might turn away people who are actively addicted. But they might say, okay, well, how long has it been since you've drank? Okay, well, then you're probably through the worst of it, so you can come on in and, you know, do the rest here. So I think that's a big part of it. It's just, what are they equipped to handle? Because there are places where it's like they'll take you, like you could have drank out in the parking lot outside of the building and they'll take you in, but it's because they're properly equipped to oversee that level of detox. I did try talking to him when he wasn't asleep, and he would say he's not going drinking, but just store on the other side of the street. And also was, and so what if I were to, type thing aggressively. And then he'd obviously drink. Even if we try stopping him, he'd go at like 4 a.m. when my mom is sleeping or something. That's tough. It's tough. I'm going to show you something after this. It's the stages of change. It's something that we used in substance abuse counseling, and so I want to go over that, but I'll save it until. But yeah, it sounds like he's in an early stage of his recovery, and he's not really ready to own up to how damaging it is. You know, other people are identifying it as a problem, but he's not really identifying it as a problem yet. Hence the, so what if I did? You know, but the fact that he's having to, like, do it secretively, and he's having to, like, you know, hide it. It's like, okay, the writing is on the wall, brother. At least my grandpa's meds for Lyme disease work well enough. He's able to walk on his own without helping himself with the walls. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that that's getting better. And so my mom took him back to his house on Tuesday and left him there, which he did want and was always the plan, assuming he gets better, for at least a week. She'll go check on him next weekend and decide if he should go back to their place or stay at his place. I mean, if he's getting better, then it sounds like he should be fine to, you know, if he's mobile and he's able to take care of himself, then it should be smooth sailing. But that's good. Yeah, I would just, you know, keep an eye on it and just see how things progress. As to my father, he's always been drinking as far as I remember it. Sometimes more often, sometimes less, and he even lost a job in the past due to it. I'm pretty confident the underlying issue is him not being satisfied with the position he's in life. His job doesn't pay great, doesn't give much social credit, despite the fact that he's got some sort of law degree, and he's technically some sort of higher up at a local branch of one of the two most popular parties in Poland, but if I understand correctly, he's never had any power, etc. You know what's interesting? That you mentioning this, that feeling of like he's never had any power. It's interesting that you mentioned that, because it reminds me of a really important step in overcoming alcohol addiction. Acknowledging your powerlessness over alcohol. You have to recognize that alcohol has power over you and that you are powerless to it. You have to recognize that I am addicted. Hold on, I want to show you something. Addictions are hard. Addictions are hard. And that's why we say that relapse is a part of recovery. Addictions are so hard that failing is actually accepted. Failing is actually a part of the process because it really is that hard. But it's not impossible. It works if you work it, as they say. I want to show you something. These are the stages of change. This is something that we used in substance abuse treatment, and it doesn't necessarily need to be specific to addiction recovery. You can also apply this to like mental illness or other types of things that people are working through. But for the sake of this conversation, we're going to talk about it in the frame of addiction. So stage 1 is pre-contemplation. In this stage, the person isn't aware that their behavior is a problem. They don't have a strong desire to make change. They might be in denial about their substance use. They might not feel the need to change. Also, a person in this stage might not be very open to hearing about their behavior, or they might not be very receptive to advice to help them recover. So this is where a lot of like active addicts are, is they're in that pre-contemplation stage. They're not even at the point where they're like, this is a problem. They're like, I can handle this. This is fine. I've got this under control. So stage 2 would be contemplation. This is the part of recovery where you are realizing that this is a problem for me. You are starting to notice the negative consequences. You're starting to notice that this is affecting my life, it's affecting my relationships, and so, maybe this is why we cut back. Maybe this is why it's like, okay, I'm not ready to stop, but I can recognize that I'm doing it too much, and so I need to reel it in a little bit. Now, something to keep in mind, and it kind of, like, based on what you told me, it kind of sounds like your dad might be here because he's had moments where it was worse, he's had moments where it was better. Because a person can kind of be in this contemplation stage for a while. They can be in it for a long time as they're trying to figure out what to do. Once the person realizes that they want to make a change, that's when we actually get treatment really rolling, and this is when you start going into the preparation stage, because before you get into treatment, you need to prepare for it. You need to get things in order, like, okay, what's that gonna be like? Do I need to go to a facility? Do I need to start attending meetings? Like, what is my recovery gonna look like? This is the prep work. And then from there, you move into action. You're moving into the action phase. You're going to treatment. You're going to detox. You're actually taking steps to work towards overcoming your addiction. You're going to meetings. It's the action stage. And then stage 5 would be maintenance. Aftercare. Maybe you've had some time under your belt. You've had some sobriety for a while. You've been sober for a few months, maybe even longer. But we're still going to meetings. We're still talking to people. We're still, actively involved in recovery. Because just because we're not drinking anymore doesn't mean that we're still not addicted to alcohol. And so this is why maintenance is important, is because this was what helps us to avoid relapse. And then they list stage 6 as termination, but in reality, most people will remain in the maintenance stage. But the termination stage would be like, I'm never touching alcohol again. Like, it's not even on your radar. There's just no risk of relapse. You have, put a lot of time in. You've got great support systems. You've got great coping skills. And you might notice that, those cravings are gone. it's so hard to be an addict and also watching a loved one suffer through it. Addiction sucks. He's been technically going to AA meetings. Well, not this week, but he is in the relapse right now. That's kind of what it sounds like. I guess what I would say is just remain consistent. Continue to express your concern. You know, celebrate that he has been going to meetings and say, you know, and just say like, oh, I think those are doing so well for you. I think those are doing so good. I think those were really helping you. You know, just kind of giving like polite reminders and little nudges. It's like, he can try to spin it any way he wants, but as long as you remain consistent and you let him know how it's affecting you and how it's affecting the family, just being open and honest about it, and just let him know, like, we don't like to see you like this. Like, it hurts us to see you like this. You know, we can tell that you're struggling and we want to help you, so how can we help you? You could also go to a meeting with him if you were up for it. You don't have to be addicted to alcohol to go to an AA meeting. You can go as a support to a family member. I'll end with what they always ended. Whenever I did substance abuse groups, I had these guys from a local AA chapter. They would come out and they would talk to the group. You know, they would do that about once a month. They would come out and they'd talk to the group. And what they would always say at the end was, keep coming, it works if you work it. Isn't that kind of against the anonymous part? I think the anonymous part just means, like, what happens in the group stays in the group, you know? That's what they mean when they mean, like, anonymity. It's like, you can still participate in the group, but you don't need to, like, go out and, like, tell everybody about what was going on in the group. Now, it's important to remember that there are many different types of AA groups, and some have more stringent guidelines as far as who they allow into the group. So I'm not going to say that what I said will apply everywhere, because some people, some groups, they will allow family members to attend. They will allow other people to come in. Not all of them. Some of them do. But it's more so about, like, respecting the privacy of the group and not, like, going out afterwards and be like telling your friends about what people are talking about. Like, man, I was in this AA meeting the other day and this person was talking about all the crazy stuff they were getting into. Like, that would be where we would be like, okay, that's why it's anonymous. It's about respecting that, you know, the privacy of, you know, what we talk about in here, it stays in here. Does anyone have any tips for rumination? Good old rumination. You know what's funny? Oh, I don't know if it's funny, but it's a thing. When you think about rumination, as far as like mental things, but the term, as far as I know, it actually originates from from what a cow does. Cows, they are ruminant digesters. They are ruminating. So what does a cow do? It chews it, it swallows it, it breaks it down a little bit, and then it does it again. It's it chews the cud. And when you think about it, that's what we're doing with our thoughts. We're taking something that is undigested, we're bringing it back up, we're bringing it to the surface, we're, re-engaging with it. And so I find it interesting that... Anyway. As far as tips on working with rumination... Hold on. I'm pretty sure... Like, do I have a slideshow about rumination? I don't? Oop. I thought I did. Wait, yeah, no, I do. Right here. Rumination. I always thought it was linked to anxious thoughts. It is. It's just the word means two things. It's, ruminating is... We ruminate over things in the past. When it's anxiety and it's in the present, it's not necessarily rumination, because rumination implies that we're like bringing something back up. You see it a lot as a result of anxiety and depression. Well, it could be anxiety, it could be depression. It's thought looping, persistent repetitive thoughts, a focus on negative emotions and experiences, and difficulty in shifting attention away from those thoughts. But what we wanted to hear is how to stop doing it. We also talk about why we do it. But as far as how to stop doing it, mindfulness. Catching yourself in the moment. Like, all right, I'm ruminating right now. What do I need to do? Do I need to ground myself? Do I need to breathe? Meditation's another big one. Meditation's important because it helps you to change your relationship with those thoughts. Now, in cognitive behavioral therapy, what they teach is thought-stopping techniques, learning how to actively interrupt a cycle of negative thoughts. You also learn cognitive restructuring. How do I reframe those thoughts into a more positive or realistic one? Behavioral interventions are also helpful. Distract yourself. Engage in a hobby. Do something physical. It can help you to take yourself out of your mind. Spending time with friends and family. Social interaction is really important. Self-compassion and acceptance are also really important. Treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would show to a friend. I used to do this a lot more, but I've gotten better at recognizing when I have a bad thought I need to let go of. W. That's a W. If we think of a rumination as like thought loops, it's like, how do you break a loop? How do you pull yourself out of a loop? Whenever I think of thought loops, it makes me think of those Hot Wheels tracks. You know what I mean? Those Hot Wheels tracks. Just looping around. Like, if you wanted to do something different, what do? Add new track. Take it a new direction. Put a little loop in there. A little. I'm quite a chronic overthinker at times. You know, and that just means that you have a powerful brain. You got a lot of CPU. You know, you got a lot of processing power up there. But we want to make sure that we're not dedicating all of that processing power to stuff that is self-defeating. Imagine we freed up some of that energy and we put it into more positive ventures. We use it to be more uplifting. Anyone else get stuck on past conversations? That's another common way that people will ruminate. Another way that people will ruminate, and this is something that they might not recognize as rumination. Do you ever find yourself rehearsing arguments that may never happen? Do you ever find yourself rehearsing an argument? Like, what would happen if I ever saw this person? You know, like there's somebody that I just can't stand. You know, some public figure. Ooh, if I ever saw them, this is what I would say. The main practice here is to recognize when you're doing it, but show yourself kindness when redirecting yourself. Because normally what keeps us going in these thought loops is we feel stuck in them, and then we hate ourselves for being stuck in them, and we hate ourselves for being unable to let it go, and then it just continues. It just strengthens it. And so self-compassion and acceptance are really important. So if there's anything I'd like for you to take away from this is that you don't have to beat yourself up when you catch yourself misthinking. We don't have to be so aggressive towards ourselves. We need to learn how to show ourselves a bit more compassion, show ourselves a little bit more grace. We're trying our best out here, okay? We're trying our best out here. Life is scary. Life is confusing. Nobody knows the answers. Nobody knows the right way. We're all just trying our best. So yeah, overcoming rumination is very possible. It's very possible. The most important thing to do is to just show yourself some kindness when you're going through that process. Recognizing that you are in the process of changing, celebrate that change, celebrate that growth. Instead of punishing ourselves for being who we are, we celebrate our potential and we celebrate who we can be. I'm petting a cat and the cute aggression is too much. How do I avoid taking a bite of this animal? What do I do with this energy? All right, don't bite them. Don't do that. You're gonna get hair in your mouth. Also, that's rude. Have you tried squealing? Have you ever tried going, ee? I don't know, make an excited noise. Give him kisses. If there's nothing else you can do and you would just absolutely have to do it, then do it in like a joking way. Like don't do it in like a do it like a gentle little love bite. Little love bite. What I like to do with my cats is put my forehead up to them and go like this. We're only 2 subscribers away from 200. Fingers crossed. You know, if you got a Prime sub that's lying around, you're not using it, consider throwing it at me. Another question about dating. I matched with a guy who was 57. I'm 30 plus. I didn't see a problem. He asked if the age was a problem, if I liked older guys. Actually, yes, but I said it like I didn't care that much. The problem is that he said he's been preferring to date younger people. Oh. Now that is where it becomes an issue. Because you gotta remember that when there's that big of an age gap, it's like you're at a different stage in your life. And if a person only likes to date younger people, what are their intentions? Just give that some thought. Give that some consideration. Why might an older person be just exclusively attracted to younger people? More often than not, they like the power differential. They like being the one that can, be the authoritarian in the relationship. They like the naivety that comes from being younger. So I would say it's a red flag. It's a red flag. They're not dating teenagers, but still, it's like if you're 57 and you're dating somebody who's 30 years younger than you, like, that alone would gross me out. I would just keep thinking about how when I was 30, they were a baby, and that would just not sit well with me. Also, you gotta remember that emotional maturity... Wow, okay, this music really landed on with the pipe organ. I'm gonna switch to a different one here. It doesn't only have to do with emotional maturity. Now, when we think of like an older person targeting a younger person, that's where our mind originally goes to, is emotional maturity. You know, this person is naive. This person can be manipulated. And then we see it as less problematic when the person is a little bit older. You know, they're in their mid-20s. And they're like, oh, they're a full-grown adult. Their brain is fully developed. They're emotionally mature. But you gotta remember that emotional maturity is only one factor in this. There's also financial stability. You know, there are other ways that a person can be manipulative and controlling outside of just being more emotionally mature. Also, it's like if an older person is just dating younger people to like feel more alive and to feel younger themselves, it's like they've got some stuff that they need to work through. They're using you as a way to not feel their age. And I mean, that could be innocent. I'm not gonna... Like, these are all adults here, so I'm not being as critical as I would be if they were dating younger people, obviously, but still, it's like, anytime there's that big of an age gap, you kind of have to be like, this person could be your parent. What if he says the word Riz? Red flag. The problem is that he said he's preferring to date younger people. The last time he had a relationship was with people 26 and 28 years old. They weren't almost minors or anything, but he came up with that story about them being emotionally mature people, and that younger people still have more hopeful thoughts, a desire to live, etc. I really don't fit in that, haha. I found a red flag, but at the same time, I'm a hypocrite because I'm really also attracted to people over a certain age. Should I see it as a normal fetish or just a preference, or should I see as a red flag? Thanks and sorry about my English. Your English was fine, but I am gonna bonk you for apologizing. So, I would say, you know, you're both adults, do what you want to do. Are we going into it for the right reasons? That's something to be considered. You know, a lot of times we are drawn to older people because maybe we have issues with our parents. You know, maybe we're looking for like a paternal figure or a maternal figure to like guide us and provide for us and care for us. It's like, I would just think about it. You know, we know what it is. We know that we have this attraction, but I would just say take some time to think about why that attraction is the way that it is. If we understand why we have the attraction, then we can go about it in a safer way. You know what I mean? Because, you know, these people are all adults, and so, you know, they can make their choices for themselves. They can date who they want to date. They're all adults, but you got to remember that just because everybody's an adult doesn't mean that everybody's going into it for the right reason. Just something to be mindful of. You know, whenever we're going into a relationship, no matter the age difference, you know, it's always important to be mindful of, why am I seeking after this? Like, why is this what I'm looking for? Why is this what I'm interested in? What does that say about me? What does it say about what I'm trying to achieve? What does it say that, you know, what is it I'm searching for? I would say that, you know, good relationships come with balance. You know, we like to have a lot of balance in our relationships. we just had a new one pop in. Here we go. I do therapy and journal, and when I started, I had really clear issues and goals. I was in crisis. So it was easy knowing what to talk about. Now I'm no longer in crisis, but I still have things I want to work on, but it's harder to know how to like organize and ration my time and what to prioritize. You know who's really good? You know who's really good at organizing, time management, prioritizing? My man ChatGPT. That's something that ChatGPT is really good at. You know, you could plug all of that information into ChatGPT and say, hey, can you organize this for me? Can you help me come up with an order of priority? Can you explain why that is the way that it is? You know, just, it's great at that kind of stuff. I'm a fan of it. I know that not everybody likes LLMs, but I like them. Also, think about it this way. What a lovely problem to have. You know, being through a crisis and now you're like, okay, well now what? This might seem like, you know, there's challenges here, that's for sure. But still, it's like, of all the problems I could be dealing with, this one isn't so bad. It's me trying to figure out what to do next. It's me trying to figure out and organize and prioritize, and that's the work that I want to be doing. That's the work that helps to build me up. You know, instead of having to like, you know, deal with crisis and putting out fires, I can actually start rebuilding, and that's really cool. I never know if I'd benefit most spending time reflecting on or processing the past, checking in on my present situation, or establishing goals for the future and a plan of how to achieve them. Do all of them. Take time to do all of those things. And I think what you're trying to say here is that you're trying to figure out, well, like, okay, well, which one, how much? That's up to you. It's uniquely catered to you because it's your life. You know, you have say in what is a priority to you. You know, what is your priority? It's not predetermined. It's up to you. You get to choose. But I would say do all of those things. They're all going to be good for you. I would also say that when it comes to like reflecting and processing the past, there's only really so much that you can do actively with that, because what I've noticed to be true is that things from the past will kind of resurface, or I'll be reminded of something and I'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense now, why that was that way. And it just kind of happens naturally as a product of like living in the moment. And so when it comes to like reflecting on and processing the past, there is benefit to doing it actively, but just be mindful that there's only so much that you can get out of it by like actively sifting through your past. Sometimes you have to wait for things to like come back up to the surface. You know, you have to be in the right place. You have to, you know, have the right memory trigger. You know, you got to smell the right smell or see the right thing or hear the right thing, and it brings that memory back up. So I would say it's important to know how to do that, to reflect on the past and to process those feelings, but just know that it's not something that I can like sit down and just grind out. That's not how it works. You do it on a case-by-case basis. When it comes to checking in on the present situation, do that as often as you can remember to. Bring yourself into the moment that you are in as often as you can. And as far as establishing goals for the future and a plan of how to achieve them, That's something you could sit down and do. You know, you can sit down and grind that out and kind of get an overlay. But just remember that you're constantly going to be revisiting that. Your goals are always going to be a work of revision. You know, you're always going to be changing them as the situation changes. So those goals don't need to be set in stone. There should be room for edits. I'm going to speedrun processing my trauma. Which psychedelic are you going to do? I'm going to take 10 milligrams. I'm going to take 10 grams of mushrooms. I'm going to process all the traumas. I feel like my sessions and journal entries have mostly become present check-ins, or I'll just go on a random tangent, which is sometimes nice, but I do feel a bit disorganized. Any tips on like how to identify priorities of what to focus on during sessions or in journal entries? Sometimes before therapy, I'll even write down what I want to talk about, but then the session starts and I end up talking about something completely different, which is often beneficial in its own way, but then the session is over and I didn't cover what I felt I needed to. Ah, okay. So I would just say, instead of predetermining, like if you're okay with this, maybe instead of writing out ahead of time, this is what I want to talk about. Talk about whatever it is you talk about and then write about it afterwards. I talked about this in therapy today. It came up because we were talking about this and then I remembered this thing that happened. And so, you know, just exploring where your mind goes when you're in that situation. I did a shit ton of shrooms a few times over the last year or so. It may have helped a bit. People have been taking psilocybin mushrooms to aid their spiritual woes for thousands of years. It wasn't until the Spanish Inquisition came to Mexico and those types of rituals and those types of practices were forced underground because they were viewed as a threat to Catholicism. Like, oh, you have a mushroom that lets you talk to God? We can't have that, brother. It's weird how progress has gotten more complex now that I'm not in crisis. It's a weird what now stage. Thanks, I love you all. Heart, heart, heart. Hey. Love you too. Honestly, this is not a bad problem to have, this what now, you know what I mean? What that shows is that you've had growth. And you're growing in many different directions. And that's okay. You know, you've got many different pursuits, you've got many different interests. It's okay. You know, when we're in crisis, we have to be very narrow-minded. We have to be very singularly focused. We have to focus on what's in front of us, what we're going through, and we got to get through it. You know, we're in a burning building, and we got to focus on every step in front of us so that we can get out of it alive. But now you're out of it, and you're like, okay, well, now what do I do? Whatever you want to do. And the burden of choice can be a lot to handle. We can have that analysis paralysis. So I would just say, try not to overthink it. It's okay to just do nothing. It's okay to just chill. It's okay to just be like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just hanging out. I think one of the things that people will sometimes get hung up in when they're on their healing journey is they, you know, they feel like it's something that I always have to be constantly actively working on and doing. I have to, you know, just Not necessarily. With time and practice, these types of things just become instinctual. You know, new coping skills, new ways of thinking, they just become our new normal. And we don't have to actively, like, engage and make ourselves, like, consciously do it. It's just something we do. So I guess maybe a good thing to try now is to start visualizing. Where do I see myself in a month? Like, what am I going to be doing in a month? Like, maybe not physically what am I going to be doing, but how am I going to feel? What am I going to be thinking about? You know, when I make a little bit of progress, when I'm a little bit further ahead, what's that going to be like? That's what helps to keep you going, is to keep looking ahead. And so that you can get excited about your potential. And you can recognize that this is the person that I'm growing into. And that's pretty cool. I have ADHD, and sometimes I feel annoyed that I can't express myself well. From sometimes the way I talk to the way I write, it seems at times that people can get things figured out in social situations, for example, I don't know. In my mind, things make sense, but when I elaborate, it doesn't, and that's apparent when I reread my writing, too. Would you have any advice on, like, social skills and not taking things too seriously? Thanks. As far as not taking things too seriously, there are different ways that we can accomplish that. You know, as far as, you know, learning not to take things so seriously. You know, we can look back and we can reflect on the times that we did take things too seriously, and we could see that that wasn't helpful, and we can recognize the patterns that we're in so that we can start to change those patterns. As far as working on your social skills, you know, if you want to be understood, what I would recommend is practicing speaking more slowly. That's what I find to be helpful, because if I really get off on a topic and I'm just going on and on and on, and I'm just gabbing and I'm free associating and I'm just going word for word and I just keep talking in one long, incredibly unbroken sentence, moving from topic to topic so that no one has a chance to interrupt, it can really be quite hypnotic. Just taking time to think about what you want to say before you say it. You know, if you need to gather your thoughts, if you need to figure it out ahead of time, you know, run it past yourself. Like, does this make sense? Really, what we're getting after is we're trying to become more effective communicators. And I feel like many times we feel like there's a rush, like we have to get it out quickly. If I don't get it out right now, people are going to stop listening, and then we're going to be moving on to a different topic, and I'm never going to be able to talk about this thing that I want to talk about right now. But in reality, there's not really that as much of a rush as we might feel like there is. For me, it was just talking to people and not caring, focus on the type of conversation you're having, professional, casual, emotional, etc. That's a good point. You know, focusing on the objective of the conversation. You know, who is it that I'm talking to? Because we definitely shift gears depending on who it is we're talking to and what it is we're talking about. You know, if we're just hanging out with friends and we're just having a good time and we're all just gabbing, It's like, yeah, sure, we might not need to worry so much about being perfectly understood. I think also, you said that you will like go back over things, you'll like look at the way that you write. It's like, what would you change? If you're looking back and you're, like rereading your writing and you feel like it's not making sense, it's like, okay, what do we need to change? Maybe go back and revise it. Maybe go back and rewrite it. Actually put some practice into communicating the way that you're trying to communicate, instead of just looking at it and being like, something's wrong with this. This is not making any sense. Actually going back and revising it, going back and, doing a second draft. Ultimately, what I do is I just wing it. Sometimes I start a sentence and I have no idea where I'm going with it, but I just trust in my ability to get there. That's how I deal with it. That's how I deal with it. Another thing I've noticed about myself is I have the urge to start a new sentence before the first sentence is done, and I noticed I was putting a lot of like parentheses in my written speech. I'm just like, I don't need to be using parentheses so much. I should just say my point and then do another sentence to make the second point a little less confusing, a little bit more concise. I feel like practicing to be a better communicator is something that we all would benefit from. We're all in the process of learning how to become better communicators. There is no such thing as a perfect communicator. We're all working on it. And I feel like to work on it is a good thing. It's a noble pursuit. We recognize that I want to be more understood. I want to speak and write in a way that people can more easily understand. And I feel like that's something we could all benefit from. And I think that's something that should just always be mindful of. It's like, how can I approach whatever it is I want to talk about or write about in a way that people will understand? And sometimes that means revisiting it. Sometimes that means rewording it or revising it. Like, especially if you write it down, what I would say is to read it and be like, okay, what was I trying to say here? Rewrite it. Actually, you'll actually get into the practice of like, okay, this is what I should have said. This is a little bit more concise. This is a little bit more easily understood. If it makes you feel any better, you wrote this question in a way that totally makes sense and is relatable. Oh yeah, absolutely. You also got to remember that part of what you might be dealing with is a little bit of overthinking. Do you have any advice for people who start streaming and how to talk towards the audience when you're shy? I feel quiet, nervous at times, and socially awkward at times. My biggest recommendation would be speak in a way that you believe that people want to hear what you have to say. If you're broadcasting and people are watching you, they want to hear what you have to say. And this was one of the things that I learned in streaming, because I would always find myself saying, do you guys mind if I say something? And then they'd be like, of course we want you to say something. That's why we're watching you. I was like, oh my God. Okay, I get it now. You could also, you could put something on your desk and then you could talk to it. Maybe just like a little like figurine or something, a little stuffed animal. I don't know. Just talk to it. Just pretend you're having a conversation with it. Talk to the duck. I don't know. I still feel like this is something that I'm working to figure out, but generally speaking, from what I've seen, amongst some of the most popular streamers, is that they speak to be heard. So speak as if people are listening and speak as if people want to hear what you have to say, because that's why they're watching you. It's also an opportunity to be real. If you do feel this way, you could also talk about it, and it could be a way to like feel seen and feel understood. Yeah, I felt that way for a while. It fades. It fades. Eventually, you just stop giving a fuck. If I'm being honest. Eventually, you just stop caring. And you're like, huh, that's cool. Neat. Only positive vibe with the 13 months. Well, howdy, partner. It's one of those things that will fade, social anxiety, just push through it. Just keep going, keep trying, it will get easier. It's when we run away from it that we end up hyping it up and we make it into a much bigger problem than it needs to be because we're just so fearful of it. What we need to do is we need to go through it. Headbutt. Hi, Mr. Brain. I'm gay. I have 2 questions, but the second one is quick. Well, hello, gay. I was watching a lot of videos of like base jumping and bunker jumping, and was wondering if there's any science you know of behind like experiencing intense events like those and overcoming anxiety. Maybe it's linked to exposure therapy. I don't know, just curious on your thoughts. Second question is just if you have any solid resources for beginning meditation off the top of your head. To answer your first question, adrenaline. Adrenaline. The thing about anxiety is that anxiety can give you adrenaline. And sometimes when we have that rush of adrenaline, it can trigger an anxiety attack or a panic attack. But the thing about adrenaline is that if it has, if we can put a face to it, if we can put a face to what it is that's giving us the adrenaline, it can actually become something that's very exciting because anxiety and excitement are produced in the same part of your brain. So what these people do, these adrenaline junkies, that's what I like to call them, these people who are out there jumping off of stuff, climbing on top of stuff, doing parkour flips. Adrenaline junkies. It gives them a rush, makes them feel good. Is horny produced at that same part too? The part of your brain that produces feelings of fear is also the same part of your brain that produces feelings of love. Do with that information as you will. I feel like that's why some people get attracted to monsters. I think that's why some people are like, ooh, Pyramid Head, ooga, ooh, humana, humana. Just to finish this first question here. Adrenaline is something that can make you feel really stressed and anxious, and it can, because it increases your heart rate, it gets you ready for action, it's very quick acting, and so it can kind of feel like it comes out of nowhere. And if we get adrenaline in the wrong circumstances, it can be debilitating. Like, we want adrenaline when we're, running for our life. We want adrenaline when we're like at the gym going hard on the exercise. We don't want adrenaline when we're at the grocery store. We don't want adrenaline when we're, at home just minding our own business, and next thing you know, it's like, huh. As far as overcoming anxiety, this is a good example of how facing your fear, embracing your anxiety, is the way to overcome it. Instead of being something that debilitates you, you use it as a tool, because that's what anxiety is. Anxiety is a tool. It is there to help protect you from danger. And in the absence of any real physical danger, sometimes it'll just pick something. Sometimes it'll just worry about something that we don't even need to be worrying about. It'll find an outlet. So what I would say is embrace that anxiety. Invite it in. Say, what can I do for you? How can I help you? Try to channel it into something productive. Channel it into action. And that's what those people do. These base jumpers, these parkour people, they are just taking that anxiety and they are using it to motivate them to do things. Because that's what it's there for. Anxiety is there to get you moving. And where it causes us a lot of stress is when we try to push it back. We try to not let it in. We try to resist it. And that just ends up making it worse. So I would say invite it in. Like, oh yeah, recognize that your anxiety is just there to try to motivate you. Something that I found to be really helpful, you could try this yourself if you're interested. Something that I found really helpful and meaningful, impactful in overcoming anxiety was thanking it. And I know that sounds weird, but just think about it for a minute. Anxiety is there because it's trying to help you, it's trying to protect you, it's trying to keep you safe. And sometimes it's a little overactive. Sometimes it imagines dangers where there aren't dangers to be found. But it's trying to protect you. At the end of the day, it's trying to protect you. And so I treat anxiety the same way that I treat an overactive chihuahua who's, barking at everybody. It's like, hey, it's okay. It's all right. Thank you for protecting me. I want to eat strawberry ice cream. Oh, yeah. I have an ice cream maker, and homemade ice cream is so good. The best homemade, it was a sorbet actually. I made grapefruit sorbet. It was so good. So tasty. So we're looking for resources for people who are just getting into meditation. We are looking for perhaps a guided meditation. Oh, look, somebody's watching me on YouTube. We got one person watching me on YouTube. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi, YouTuber. I dual stream to YouTube because YouTube will back up like my VODs and stuff. But every once in a while, I'll look at YouTube. I'm like, oh, I got a person or two over there watching me on YouTube. I wonder what they're up to. Hi, YouTuber. If you are interested in meditation and you've never tried it before, I actually have a 10-minute beginner guided meditation on my YouTube channel. So, shameless self-promotion, if that's something you're interested in. But if you're looking into trying meditation, you're new to it, I highly recommend trying guided meditations. Guided meditations can really, put you into the right headspace. It can help to keep you focused. It can help you keep you, because your mind's going to wander during meditation, and that's normal. But the guided meditations can sometimes help to, keep you on track. But yeah, if you're in here, let me show you. Of course I had to plug mine, right? I had to plug mine. Give me I had to plug mine. But the thing about guided meditations, there's tons of them on YouTube. Five minutes, 10 minutes. Some other resources I would encourage are to remember that meditation is easier than you think. Oftentimes where people get hung up on meditation is they feel like I have to, sit down, I have to head empty, focus on the breath. You're pushing too hard. You're pushing too hard. Allow your mind to wander until you recognize that you are wandering, and then pull it back and start over again. I accidentally meditate during yoga. Meditating during yoga is great. It's like a 2-for-1. More specifically, a more practiced and way it would be like Kundalini yoga. It's like combining the two. My favorite meditations are body scans. I love a good body scan meditation, especially if you're dealing with body image issues or body dysmorphia. A body scan meditation can really help you to feel more grounded, more centered, more, understanding of myself. This is a video that I've played a few times on the channel, and I really like this one because it's short, it gets to the point. Here, let's just watch it real quick. It's 2 minutes.
Despite what you may have heard, meditation does not involve joining a group, paying any fees, wearing any special outfits, sitting in a funny position, or believing in anything in particular. It is simple, secular, scientifically validated exercise for your brain. You don't have to do it yet, but just so you know, here are the 3 steps. 1, sit with your back straight and your eyes closed.
Now, the reason why you sit instead of lie down, because you can also lie down and meditate. The reason why you sit instead of lie down is because meditation can make you very relaxed, and it might make you sleepy and you might fall asleep. And so sitting up during meditation is really helpful, especially if you're trying to, feel more energized, you're trying to like feel more focused. I would say yes, do it sitting up. If you're trying to meditate to feel relaxed, if you're trying to meditate to help ease you into sleep, which is another great way to use it, do it lying down. You can also do it when you're walking around. It doesn't have to be something that you have to sit down and intentionally do, but it helps to do it with intention, at least in the beginning, until you get the hang of it. And then you can start doing it for like, because there's another video, and I'll come back to this one. I'll finish this one. This one right here, Mingyur Rinpoche. He's a master meditator. He's an Olympic level meditator. What he says in this video, meditation is easier than you think, is meditation is something that you can do anywhere, anytime, under any circumstances, even if it's just for a moment. Because meditation is just awareness. That's the essence of it. After practicing meditation for a while, what I realized was, oh, this makes me feel pretty good. It makes me feel really nice. I really like the way that I feel when I'm meditating. I wish I could feel this way all the time. And then it dawned on me. I can. Just open your eyes. I was like, oh my God. It hit me. I felt like I unlocked a new ability. Passive meditation.
Two, notice the feeling of your breath coming in and going out. Pick a spot where it's most prominent. Usually that's your nose or your chest or your belly, and just focus your full attention on the feeling of your breath coming in and going out. Now, as soon as you try to do this, your mind's gonna go nuts. You're gonna start thinking about, what am I gonna have for lunch? Why'd I say that dumb thing to my boss? Your brain's gonna go nuts, and that's fine. The whole game is to notice when you've gotten lost and to start over. And then to start over again, and again, and again. Every time you do that, it's like a bicep curl for your brain, and it shows up on the brain scan. Scientists have found this in the lab. It's also, by the way, a radical act. You're breaking a lifetime's habit of walking around in a fog of projection and rumination, and you're actually
Now that's a big takeaway. You're breaking a lifetime habit of walking around in a fog of rumination and projection. We are ruminating over the past, and we are projecting our fears into the future. To meditate is to be in the moment that we are in, and to clear that fog, to give ourselves more space.
focusing on what's happening right now. Meditation is unlike anything you do in the rest of your life. Failure is actually success. As I said, the whole game is just trying, failing, starting again, failing, starting again. Here's my advice. You should be meditating every day, 5 to 10 minutes a day. That's it. This doesn't require some giant investment. I don't care how busy you are, you have 5 to 10 minutes to give this a shot. I guarantee you it will make a big difference.
Passive what? Passive meditation. That's kind of what it felt like. I felt like I unlocked an ability after practicing meditation for a while. What I felt was that I unlocked the ability to just do it while I'm doing other things. I'm just in a more meditative state of mind regularly. 5 to 10 minutes is all it takes. You will have a noticeable change if you were to go get a brain scan, if you were to go get an EEG, and they were to measure the electrical activity in your brain, and then you were to go and do meditation regularly, about 20 minutes a day for 2 weeks, and then you came back and you got another brain scan, there would be a noticeable change in just 2 weeks of meditation. And so this isn't something that takes years for you to see benefit. And I feel like that's another reason why some people get hung up on it, is because you see, Tibetan monks, you see these like Olympic level meditators, and you're like, I'm not going to catch up with that. This guy's been meditating for 30 years. I'm not going to get that level of benefit. And you don't have to. You can still have benefit in just doing it today. Notice that after 2 weeks of nightly meditation, I could sleep faster with the body scan. That's a great way to put yourself to sleep. You could also do some PMR while you're at it, a little bit of progressive muscle relaxation. Clench and release. So it's scientifically backed that meditation will change your brain. This is from a study. They had burn victims practice meditation as a way of reducing their pain, and what they found was that the people who learned how to practice meditation were able to manage their pain better than those who did not. That's what this screenshot's from. I'm pretty sure that this is that article where they... Is that the one? There was a study that I looked at where they did it with burn patients. Meditation can also help to balance the hemispheres in your brain. You feel more balanced. I didn't really think just a few minutes would make a difference. I thought you needed to do like 30 minutes every day. Once you start putting some practice in, once you do it for like 10 minutes and you do 10 minutes for a while, or you start doing 20 minutes, what you'll realize is like you might want to go longer. Like, oh, that was nice. Let's do it even longer. Let's see what 30 minutes does for me. Also, what you'll realize in meditating is that the passage of time might feel much slower. So 20 minutes of meditating might feel more like you're there for an hour. You'd be so proud of me. I started reading My Big Toe. Oh, that book? That's an interesting book. It's on my to-read list. Let me know what you think of it. I haven't read it yet. What's the difference between emotional and psychological pain? As far as like emotional and psychological pain, I would say that those are pretty much the same thing. But what I find more interesting is that they hurt They hurt like physical pain does. Sometimes they hurt even worse. When it comes to like, yeah, emotional and psychological pain, I would say that they're basically the same thing. Thinking of going back to school and aiming for a career in the mental health field. With your experience in this area, do you have any tips or things to maybe consider before getting into school and or a career? Thank you. Have good coping skills. Have a good separation between work and the rest of your life. Learn how to leave work at work. That's a really important part of working in the mental health field is a separation, a work-life balance. Because in working in the mental health field, you're going to have to deal with some rough stuff. You're going to have to deal with a lot of heavy topics. You're going to have to deal with a lot of heartbreak and grief. You're going to have people that you're working with that have so much potential and you're really rooting for them and they still fall into the same behavioral patterns that they've been stuck in. It can be very challenging, very frustrating, but it can also be incredibly fulfilling. So, what I would say is balance. Balance is the big thing. It's an industry with a very high amount of burnout. But what I would also say is this. There are many different careers within the mental health field. There are some that I would say are probably going to be much less intense and much less stressful than other ones. You know, if you're working at like an inpatient residential facility for people with like severe persistent mental illnesses, like active psychosis, you know, that can be challenging and frustrating in its own way. You know, like working in like a school setting or like a group home, you know, that has its own challenges. And so what I would say is give some thought as far as what population you want to work with. Do you want to work with kids? Do you want to work with teens? Do you want to work with adults? Do you want to work with, you know, young adults, older adults? You know, there are different avenues that you can go down. And so I would give that some consideration too. Like, who do you feel passionate about working with? And also, it's important to remember that, you know, you're going to have some stuff that might be distressing. You're going to have some stuff that might, you know, feel overwhelming. And so it's important to have people that you can feel supported by. You know, feeling that support in a mental health career is really important. You know, feeling like I can talk to, you know, my supervisor or my team or whoever it is that I'm working with about the stuff that I'm going through, and knowing that, you know, they are supportive and that they have my back. There's also going to be like different levels to it. You know, if you're thinking about going back to school and you're looking for a career in the mental health field, you know, they might have you start off with something like similar to like a case manager. You know, so there's also a lot to learn in the job. You're going to do a lot of learning in the job. You know, you'll learn a lot in school, but then when you start the job, that's when the real learning starts, in my opinion. You know, I definitely learned a lot by just seeing it firsthand. You know, talking with people, getting to know people, seeing what it was like, seeing those patterns and those symptoms and the many different ways that these things can manifest. So have friends, have hobbies, have things that can, ground you in your life so that you can practice that good self-care, because that's going to be essential. Also, what you might not know is that there's a lot of jobs that you might not recognize or you might not be aware of. And so you might find something that interests you after you start a job doing something else. So what I would say is just keep looking, keep searching, and just to really find a place that you really feel is a good fit for you. Maybe you like to work one-on-one with individuals. Maybe you prefer working in a group. Maybe you prefer conducting groups. Like, there were people that I worked with that all they did was just do groups. They would just do groups all day. Did you do a PhD or a master's to do that job that you did? I was practicing at the master's level. At the level that I was working at, there wasn't really much of a point for me to become a PhD. Realistically, the only point of becoming a PhD in psychology is if you want to do research. Like, do you want to do studies? Do you want to write papers? Do you want to peer review articles and stuff? I don't. I was much more incentivized to be out in the field, to be actually doing and practicing. And the whole like academic side of things I find to be tremendously boring. No shade to the people that do it. I love the academics. I follow a lot of academics in psychology on Blue Sky, and when I see, some of the stuff that they're posting, I'm like, I'm kind of glad I didn't go further into academia, because academia is exhausting. Anybody who's spent long enough in academia would probably agree that it's just like, kind of a drain. I much prefer to actually be out there doing it, real world stuff. If you're going to school to get like a bachelor's degree, then you can do a lot with a bachelor's degree in the psychological field. You could work at a group home, you could do case management, a lot of stuff you could also do with just a high school diploma. As far as like entry level stuff, you could do peer support, you could probably, yeah. What master's? My master's is in counseling psychology. Graduating this year, W. Yeah, I did counseling psychology because I wanted to become better at helping people. And, what I've been doing here is, I really like to help educate people and, help people to become better self-healers. because that's really what it's all about. It's like you have to heal yourself. Like, you have to do the work. Nobody can do that work for you. And so that's what I try to do. I try to help you figure out how to do the work. Anyway, if you have more questions, like more specific questions about what types of jobs you might be interested in or what types of populations you might like to work with, let me know, because I've worked with one of my very first job in the field was at a boys' home. So I worked with boys, I worked at a day treatment school, I worked at a residential facility. Which is basically just a lot of babysitting and de-escalation. Does the type of masters matter if we want to do counseling? I know there's a clinical psych masters. It might depend on the state that you're in, because licensure is done at the state level. And different states have different requirements as far as your credentials to be able to practice, like if you're going to do counseling as like a licensed counselor. And so it depends on the state that you live in if you're in the United States. I'm not sure how they do it in other countries. So my first job was working with kids. My second job in the psych field, I got promoted and I started working with families. I did in-home intensive services. I was basically teaching parents how to be better parents so that their kids didn't get taken away. Now that was a high pressure job. That was a high pressure job. After that, I switched it up and I went and I did case management for a while. Most of what I did in the psychology field was case management. And then the last like 2 years of it where I was working in an office, I was doing like substance abuse counseling. Being a case manager is fun. It can be stressful, but it's also pretty fun. Was it easier working with kids or adults? Yeah, they definitely both have their pros and cons, that's for sure. If I were to go back into it, I don't know. I might try working with kids again since it's been so long since I've done it. I also wouldn't mind working with like adolescents or teens, you know? Just trying to be like a good role model for like young people. Sometimes when you're an adult case manager, it feels like you're like babysitting an adult, and that can kind of just be a little draining, but I really liked doing it though. Like as an adult case manager, like I know but it's a fun job. It comes with its own challenges and rewards. When you are a case manager, you are basically the responsible adult in a person's life. You're helping them, you know, schedule their doctor's appointments. You're helping them making sure they get to the grocery store. They're practicing their coping skills, making sure that they're taking good care of themselves, making sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's. Yeah, in many ways, you're acting like a therapist, but also you're acting like a mentor and a role model and a personal assistant. That's what a case manager is. And then some places, I would just be mindful of like, if you're going to be a case manager, like don't let them overload you. Some places will try to overload you. They'll try to give you like 35 people to work with. That's too much. That's too much. Like as a case manager, you're going to find that there are going to be clients that you will see multiple times a week. And there will be clients that you will go months without seeing. You're basically just checking in with them. You know, they might only need to meet up with you once a month or so. The world always needs more good case managers. Being a case manager is the reason why I have sat in on more doctor's appointments than most people will probably sit in on in their entire life. As a case manager, I have had to attend more doctor's appointments than I ever thought possible. I've been to hundreds of doctor's appointments. Because part of what you do as a case manager is you're there to help advocate for the person. You're there to help communicate things. Like the doctor might say something and the person might look confused and you have to kind of like translate. You're that in between. It's a fun job. You're translating doctor speak into real person language. I don't know why I liked her so much. Because they were there for you and they supported you. And it's nice to have that. It's nice to feel like there's someone on your side. There's someone in your corner. I think I did a similar job temporarily, but for housings and legal papers. Oh yeah, and the thing about case management is there's tons of different types of case managers. Some case managers are primarily like housing focused. They help people get housed, you know, or they help people like find new housing, or they might work with people who are in a housing program and work with them to teach them like housing skills, like how to take care of the house, how to clean up, how to shop for groceries, how to cook a food. If you've had to reparent yourself / gentle parent your own parent, do those skills transfer? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Thankfully, they do. We're at 198 subscribers. Is there any chance we could hit 200 before we wrap up? Perhaps. We shall see. Only positive vibe with the 2 gifted subs. We did it! OPV. OPV. You like my glasses? Thank you. They clip onto my real glasses. They are polarized. So they do help when I'm sitting here at the computer. I just clip them on. You can see your eyes. I know, it's like there are people here who started watching after I started wearing sunglasses on stream, and now seeing my eyes is weird to them. OPV with the 2 gifted subs and Dr. Maggot gifting a sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. What was that video you posted?
Watch out, this dog made it.
Hold on. I'm gonna for that gift. Let's see that video you posted. The The only way my dog poops in the winter.
Wachody's dog made an airstrike.
Tactical turd deployed.
Wachody's dog made an airstrike. Wachody's dog made an airstrike.
I named one of my goats in Stardew Brain Domain. Oh, nice. You can name goats in Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, you can name all of your animals. On the farm that I started with Casey, we named all of the animals after moderators. We actually named, I think it was it a chicken or a cow? We got a chicken or a cow, I forget. We named it OPV. We named it after Only Positive Vibe, but we named it OPV. Oh my god, a hype train? No way. To bed. Night, night. Night, night. OPV with another gifted sub to Captain Floof.
When will you and I be a star? Glamour parties, a new car, London and Paris, they're calling me. Lights, camera, action, now you're on TV.
This is footage of me as a child. This was me as a young boy. Oh, why did everything minimize?
Dolly Buster, Robbie Williams, Britney Spears, oops, Elvis Presley, yeah, I do. Non so che fare di diventare così.
When will you and I be a star? Glamour parties, a new car, London and Paris, they're calling me. Lights, camera, action, now you're on TV. Questo va fuori a tutti I DJs. This one goes out to all the DJs.
Hold on, we're gonna switch the song. We're gonna switch the song. All right, this is the one we're doing. All right, here we go. Oh yeah. I know you're old enough to remember this one. Oh, what's this? GG did. You know, I had at least one song by this artist on my Winamp back in 2000. I don't know if it was this one. What was the Gigi D'Agostino track I had? Maybe this one? I don't know if it was this one. Hold on. Tanutuva with the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. Dr. Mega with another gifted sub. Ho! This era of techno music takes me back. Be careful with the copyright music. They might nuke me on YouTube. I want to go to a rave where they play like 90s, 2000s techno. That's what I want. That's what I want. I found that when I feel down, when I feel a little blue, I find that listening to the music that used to get me really hyped when I was younger helps to take me back.
Alo? Salut! Sunt eu, un haiduc și te rog, iubirea mea, primește fericirea. Alo? Alo? Sunt eu, Picasso, ți-am dat bip și sunt voinic, dar să știi, nu-ți cer nimic. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Te sun, să-ți spun
Pure serotonin.
acum. Alo?
Pure serotonin for me.
Sunt eu, fericirea. Alo? Alo? Sunt iarăși eu, Picasso.
Jana Splinters with the gifted sub. Oh, thank you, Jana. How's it going? Paint any new models lately? Some stuff that you're private for paint soon. Nice. What are we doing? Are we doing starships? Are we doing minifigs? That's my main reason for wanting to get a 3D printer, is to make Warhammer minifigs. 'Cause those little things are expensive. Those little guys are expensive. Like, look at the prices on these things. This little guy all himself, $32.75. So now you can see why people 3D print them. $0.10 of plastic, right? Ooh, a diorama. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm excited to see how it turns out. Alrighty, everybody. The iced coffee has done its job, and I need to get out of here before I poop my pants. So, I don't have any questions left. Okay, good. We're all through the questions. We're good. Resin printer is goated for figures. Okay, noted. If I have questions, I'll ask you. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna send you over to Casey. I'm gonna go poop. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you all next time. Peace be with ye. Bye-bye.